Everything all fruitled here. What up, Sergeant Grass? How's it going, buddy? Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm a little late today. I was doing things and then I had a phone call. I'll show you guys what I was doing here in a minute. What up, Lyndon? What up, Sergeant? Or what up, Dubs? How you doing, man? Forgot I already said hi to Grass. Was that you only get one? Cupcake in the building. Yeah, whatever. I did this today. I got dry erase boards up. I got spots for 2 cork boards that are going to go up right here. What up, Billy? How you doing? Is that 2 people? I'm still only one. Patriots Panthers, the saddest game you ever seen. I don't watch football. It's just disappointing. All right, I got to sand this, so we're going to attempt to be as quick as we possibly can. Hi, Bex. How you doing? Patriots are clapping the Panthers. Yeah. I suppose. I really should get this other fan running. This dust collector one. So I'm super excited about how the door's turning out so far. We'll do more later, but I ran out of patience. What up, OP? How you doing, buddy? What's your dirty mouth? All right, so I don't have a whole lot that I have to sand down here. I do have like a little high spot just here, a little bit there. It's not terrible. I think some 80 grit will chew through it real quick. Because it's cherry, so it's pretty soft. So we're gonna sand this, shoot the breeze for a bit, have a drink, be sad that tomorrow is Monday. None of us deserve that kind of abuse. Except for maybe Grass. He kind of deserves that abuse. The pre-work sip. Just having some. I had a glass of whiskey earlier. Now I'm just having some. I think it's Coors Light today. Had a phone call from an old buddy of mine. He was whining about houses. He's looking at buying a house, or at least he thought he was. He lives in New York, and he was like, "Bro, I don't know how you got a house. Like, he makes more money than I do." He's like, "Yeah, this is ridiculous. I need a, I need to come up with $80,000 for 20% down. What the fuck kind of house are you buying, dude? Jesus." Also, no, you don't. Like, I mean, maybe in New York, but there are programs that allow you to buy a property with little to no money down. Might have to pay for mortgage insurance and shit, but so I tried to walk him through it. Like, well, why can't you afford a house? Right? Like, he makes almost twice as much as me. Like, you're already spending, like, what did he say? Something like 1,800 or something like that for rent a month. And like, well, fuck, that's more than my mortgage. And it all, what it all boiled down to, right? Because it was a very long conversation. What it all boiled down to was, I don't want a cheap house. I want a $500,000 house because I deserve it. And you don't get it, I guess. That's what you deserve. Air quotes. I deserve this house. Then figure out how to make it fucking happen. Right? It doesn't happen by complaining about it. Nobody has ever gotten ahead in life by going, I can't do this, working part time at Starbucks, live in the Florida Keys. Wah. Like, I don't get. Like, I never thought he was that kind of a person, right? The whine about I deserve this, I deserve that, I should be able to have it. Fucking work for it like everybody else has. How much have I had to drink? Oh, nothing really, just a couple. That conversation made me want to drink a lot. Appreciate that, Dub. I don't know if you guys can hear me while I'm running the sander or not. I bet somebody will let me know. But like I told my buddy, I was like, there's a told my buddy, I was like, there's a house up the street from me for sale for like 25K. Awesome. Then I'm gonna keep working while I talk. There's a house up the street from me that's for sale for like 25, 30K. It needs a lot of work. Like a lot. You're gonna put a bunch of money into it. I was like, there you go, there's a house. Oh, I don't want that house. Why not? Get it, fix it up, sell it, rent it, whatever. There you go. You got there's kind of a leg in the door there. Work your way up to your mansion and the keys or whatever the hell it is that you want. I don't think I did any. I don't think I did him any favors by, or I don't think I did him any good. Rather, just annoyed him that I wasn't siding with him. What up, David? How you doing, buddy? I mean, yeah, shit's expensive, but if you want something, you got to work for it. You don't just get it handed to you. In most cases, some people have all the luck. What's up, 715? How you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in. Just need to knock out some sanding on this, and then we can square it up. And David, I have no idea, but my memory is so bad. You could have been on the phone with me 10 minutes ago, and I would still not know who you are. I know you guys haven't seen me sand a panel in a while, so if there's some new people in here, I'll show you why. Hopefully, you guys can see it. Show you why I mark it with a pencil. All right, so you can see like here, that's glue. There's pencil marks here. There's some right through here, through this seam, and a little bit of glue. Same here and here, right up here. So what you do with the pencil is you rub the pencil on it, and then you go over it and sand it until most of your pencil marks are gone, but you don't sand in the dip. That way you know this is lower than this. It's lower than that. I'm gonna have to sand more to keep it flat. I'm gonna sand over everything. What kind of wood? This is cherry and black walnut. Really unique in the cart too. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Anyway, so if you go over it and mark it with a pencil, almost threw that on the floor. Go over it, and I just take a carpenter pencil and I rub the side of the lead on it, so I'm not digging into the wood. But you go over it, mark it. Then when you go over and sand, you go slow enough, typically, that you can get it most of the pencil mark off in one pass. And then you go, all right, well, this area still has pencil marks. I have to sand the entire panel some more because I want it to be flat. Now, if you have like a drum sander or something, good for you. Or a wide belt sander, a big planer, good for you. But this is generally how I go to make stuff flat. And then I just go over a little bit of a high spot right there. And then I just go over the seams again so that I make sure that I'm sitting inside. Like I got a good amount of pencil lead in there. That's what we do when you don't have the big fancy equipment. You got to make do. I don't have anybody around me that has a wide belt that's willing to sand this on a Sunday. But sometimes your local wood shop or wood mill will have tools that they'll either do sanding for you or whatever. And then other times there are like woodworking shops or maker shops, so you can like pay a fee and go in and use the equipment. Sup, good lord. Sup, Carl? How you doing? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. So how's your guys' weekend been so far? It's almost over now. But once you're off Sunday and Monday, and then the weekend's just kind of starting, I guess. This is also where one of those big foam pads on your sander works against you, because it'll conform to these little dips. And at least in my experience, your mileage may vary. But, it'll conform to these little dips, and you'll end up with something that's not flat, but it's all been sanded. All right, bitch, we'll forgive you. So the noise cancellation works with this sander too, pretty much, or still annoying? Busy pouring wine? Oh yeah. Yeah, I hear about them too, but I've never seen one. There was a guy who had like a mechanic shop, but all he did was just rent bays and tools. But he went out. He ended up closing up shop, went out of business or whatever. I guess it didn't really pay the bill. But all he did was, mechanic equipment, lift, tools, etc. It's a lot of money to invest in something that you don't know if it's going to do anything. But I guess those maker spots or renter shops or whatever, I guess they're in some of the bigger cities. I wouldn't open one around here. Everything would get busted in about a week. It seems that the general consensus is, it's not mine, I don't have to take care of it. I'm gonna actually have to read that comment. Give me just 1 second. I'll read that and I'll get back to you then. What up, Runic? How you doing, bud? I was gonna do this sanding off camera, and then I was like, oh fuck it. I mean, why not? We'll go live and see what happens. Give me just 1 second, Ren, and let me finish up this pass. I'll read your comment. Also, I feel like maybe this piece of paper wasn't quite as sandpapery. All right, so let's see what's Ren had to say. What's up, Jose Garcia? How you doing, buddy? There's a lot of grinders, drills, planers, there's Chinese duplicates in your country too. Started your journey to carpentry about a drill and angle grinder named Sheng. We do have access to a ton of Chinese knockoffs. Clean as usual. As usual. Now, to be fair, some of those Chinese knockoffs are just fine. I mean, I guess it all depends on, if you get lucky and get a good knockoff, I guess. And then how you use it. Like, if you get a cheap Chinese drill and you're using it like constantly, I don't imagine it'll last very well. But that being said, I'm willing to bet that if I look at my Milwaukee or DeWalt tools right here, they will say made in China. Some of those knockoffs are literally just made in the same factory. Let's see. DeWalt. Oh, this sander was made in Mexico. Son of a biscuit. Let's see. Let's look at this impact driver. Made in the USA with global materials. Son of a bitch. I'd have never thought that. How about this Milwaukee driver? It doesn't say. Oh, professionally made in China. Like, it says, I don't know if you guys can read it. It says professionally made in China. I don't know what the difference is, but and my scroll saw doesn't say where it's made. At least I don't see it. Or not my scroll saw, but my jigsaw. This also doesn't say where it's made. Probably set it on the box. I don't want to print it on the tool. Now I'm curious if my DeWalt batteries are made in China. We don't say. Oh, wait, hang on. Maybe. Made in Malaysia, assembled in Mexico. Wow. Pretty fucking close to China. When you play with your wood so much? What's up, Kevin? Place is always a mess. Yeah. I cleaned up Friday night. Look at it. Look at it. I cleaned up a lot. I mean, generally I just packed everything back there in the corner, but I cleaned up a good bit. Did that to the wall for the door. Right. I got some cork boards coming. They won't be here till Tuesday. Cleaned up over here. Yeah, Runic. Lots of stuff is made on the same line. Just maybe the parts didn't make quality control specs for DeWalt or whatever. So they created some other company to sell that stuff off. I'm convinced most of the Icon stuff is made on the same lines as the bigger name tool stuff. I do still have a little bit of sanding I have to do to this yet because I've got some low spots here. Like there's a little bit of a low spot here in the middle, but for the most part, it's just here on the edges. So I do have to go over it a few more times. So bear with me. Then I got to flip it and do it on the other side. Thanks, Runic. Appreciate that. Excuse me. So that stuff on the top of my door, the stuff up here, this is like sticky wallpaper. It's like vinyl stuff. I was like, huh. Well, I feel like I need some of that. And then I didn't get enough. Well, I got 2 rolls, which should have been enough to do at least 4 panels, right? And first I went and tried to put one on long ways across. And by the time I got it on there, I realized that it was crooked. And it really bothered. It was crooked by like a quarter of an inch. But I was looking at it and I can see the bar here for the garage door like panel. And I could see it be crooked. I was like, no, I can't. So I ripped it off. And now I need to get, I don't know, probably 2 more rolls of it. So I can do the bottom 4 panels. But I'm going to see if that stuff peels off first. What up, Steve? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, I really should have done this off camera. So I didn't have to bore you guys all with the with the sanding. But I'll try to chat with you since you guys say you can hear me with the mic, even though I'm sanding. I'll try to keep the chat going. Try to reply as quickly as I can. I'll move this camera up some so I can actually see chat. Hey, Steph, did you get my banana muffins in the oven? Buns. Another day, same old crap. Yep, pretty much, Kevin. I'd really like to have this thing done. So. Popped in right now? Hell yeah. Doing up blanks and cleaning? Nice. No shop time for you, Steve? Why not? You didn't hurt yourself again, did you? No. Sanding some cheddar cheese. Stuff by eating it. I like it. Oh, just chilling? Everybody needs a chill day, man. senior. Oh, wow, that's pretty good. Cool. Yeah, there's a lot of people in here. Oh, dang. Thanks for coming in, guys. I appreciate it. We're just doing some sanding right now. Got to do that. It's just a necessary evil. Nobody enjoys it. They say they enjoy sanding. They're either a psychopath or they're lying. Oh, nice, Ernest. I've seen you've been going live more recently. I've seen Steve's live. What was it? Yesterday, day before. I missed the live where you turned the acrylic thing, but I did see your live where you did some wine stoppers. It looked like. I was busy, but I was checking in. So anybody who's in here, what we're doing is we're making a noodle board or a stove topper. So I need this panel to be nice and flat, sanded, and I slacked off, so now we get to suffer through all the sanding on camera. Well, once I get it sanded, we're going to cut it down to size, square it up, and we're going to build a frame for it. Some advice how to make them better? All right. I mean, they look pretty good to me. What do I know? I'm not a turner, so I don't know. Yeah, the first set of projects is like the first pancake. They're always the ones that aren't the greatest. It's okay. That's how you learn. You don't learn anything by being perfect at it the first time around, or giving up. I think I've got probably one more pass to do on this side. We'll see. I'm going to go through and check what my low spots are once I get this one done. It seems like I might only have one more pass here. The cherry stands really quickly, so that's good. At least it's not like hard oak or hard maple or something like that. So when I'm sanding, when I got the pencil marks down, I will usually go just fast enough that I still leave some of the pencil marks. That way I can go, like this one, I'm going top to bottom. Like when I first sand, I'm going this way, right? And I'm leaving some of the pencil mark, and then I go with the grain and sand it so that all my pencil marks are gone. I can see I got, ooh, that's just barely a low spot there and there. Here, some glue from when I had my clamp on. Just basically just glue on here now. Little tiny bits of low spots. Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot of depth needed. So should be one more pass, maybe two. This sheet of paper is actually holding up pretty good. That other one must have been unhappy. Yeah, that the pencil thing is fucking brilliant. Like I said, I just used the side of my carpenter pencils here. Let's go over them. I don't know who thought of that. I wish I could take credit for it. But it doesn't seem like it would be that big of a deal, but it works wonders. Now, if you're not trying to keep it flat, then go ham, I guess. But I think generally, most of us are trying to keep our stuff flat. I'm going to have to sharpen this pencil again. All right. Grab the razor knife, sharpen this up. Well, I'll expose more lead. I'm not really sharpening it. I'm just exposing more lead. Because I've got it worn down to the point that I'm digging into the wood, and I don't want to do that. That's going to make me sand more than I have to. That's the other thing. The pencil tip is, the pencil trick is brilliant, but don't do it this way. You want to do it with some wide lead. That way, or graphite, whatever. That way you're not really digging in and falling into the grain and stuff. It's gonna make more work for you later on. Plus some cheap sandpaper. Comes off of the work. Oh man. Listen, Steve, this is the sandpaper I use. I'm not sponsored or anything. Serious Grit. I get so there's this is a mixed box. So there's 50 discs in here. There's 10 80s, 80, 120, 150, 180, 220. So there's 10 of each, and that's $30, right? I can't really argue with that. And it works really well. This was the only one that I had that didn't seem to work very well, but this one's holding up way better. What's up, Brian? How you doing? Sand and stain paper, they should charge double. All right. Now, what we won't do is we will not go down to 220 on this right now. We'll take it down to like 150 and then we're going to cut it. And in fact, since this is cherry, we're going to skip 120. We're just going to go to 150 after we get the 80 done. And what we're going to do is we're going to sand both sides to 150, cut it, and then we'll do our sanding again, because we're going to mark it up, running it through the table saw and stuff. So. for a project like this, I only ever go to like 220. 220 is about my max for almost anything. Yes, you can go higher and you can, fill the wood pores and stuff, but for a board, there's no point to it. I don't need to burnish the wood, so I'm not going to 4,000 grit. There are projects where you want to go higher, but for me, 220 is usually my max. On occasion, I'll go up into the 300s, but 220 usually gets me a nice buttery smooth finish. Plus, I use the Gilboys, so that's what they recommend is 220. And then like 320 in between coats if you're going to sand it. Oh, Steve, so if you do go with giving like serious British shot, they've got multiple different kinds and they're different colors. Right? So the purple is the ceramic. They've got other sandpapers for other tasks and made out of other stuff. But I've only tried the purple. I haven't bothered with any of the other stuff. Also, I know it's annoying and all, but when you're sanding, the slower you go, the better off you are. Right? Around like an inch per second seems to be a pretty good speed. Right? Most people don't like sanding, so they do this. Right? Just all over, real fast. You're not doing anything. You're just burning everything up. And around an inch per second, you get good cut, less passes usually, and less passes generally means less time. So it's always a good thing. I think after this pass, we'll be done on this side with the 80 grit. I think. We'll give it a good look. Make sure I didn't miss any glue spots somewhere. Probably spray it with alcohol so we can see if there's any glue spots that I missed or are real light. Your finish will definitely show any glue you miss 100% of the time. I mean, unless it's paint, I guess. Paint doesn't show glue very well. I don't know if my chat froze or you guys are just really quiet. So give me a second and I'll check the chat. That piece of paper still has more grit on it than this other one I have. The one I had on first. And it's still cutting. That other one must have just been goofy. Everybody has a bad item once in a while. Oh, no. Didn't freeze. You guys are just super quiet. All right. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to spray this with alcohol, and we're going to see if I missed any glue that's like just light. I don't see any. I don't have any high spots. I don't really see any glue anywhere. That's about what it'll look like when I put a finish on. Rubbing alcohol. I just use 91% from like Dollar General. Yeah, I don't see any glue spots anywhere. So I'd say this side's done with 180 or with 80 grit. We'll flip it over here. Let this dry for a second, and then we'll flip it over. And I guess we'll do the 80 grit on the other side, which would be probably about the same amount of sanding. Sorry. Just a little bit. Just a little bit to flatten out. Excuse me. So is everyone just sitting around chilling, dreading Monday, or you guys got projects lined up for this week? The other makers out there? I would like to re-record the video that I lost. I'd like to get that re-recorded this week, so I can get it posted up. And this time when I record it, I will I'll try to fix all the chatting nonsense that I was editing out of the last one. What am I making? It's going to be a noodle board or a stove cover. So the way this one's going to be made is it's going to have a base all the way around it, a frame, but it's going to be flat on one side. The other side is going to be like a tray, so you can use either side. But because it's actually going to have like dough and flour and stuff on it, it makes way more sense to not have any corners where stuff can get stuck or food can get stuck in there. Now, it is not a cutting board. It is a noodle board. If it was going to be a cutting board, I would have done it a little differently. But one side will be for, like making dough, rolling dough out and stuff. The other side will be more like a charcuterie tray, giant giant serving tray. So we're going to have about a 2-inch lip all the way around. We're not going to put any feet on the flat side, but we will put little feet on the raised side. Drawing up plans for a whiskey shelf? Hell yeah. Runic, I've got a whiskey shelf thing. I'll have to send you pictures of my plan. Working up designs for a dual machine pachinko machine. Nice. Got a bunch of makers out here today. Excuse me. Guys, I want you to know that I appreciate everybody that's in here hanging out, shooting the breeze with me, watching me do this. I know watching people sand is probably the most glorious thing in the world. But feel free to interact in chat, because sanding is super boring. And since you guys can apparently hear me, I can at least interact with you guys. Arcade cabinet, but different shape. Nice. Nice. Is this something you're just building for yourself, or you just decide that you want to make one? That's a pretty big lip right there. I mean, not really, but it catches the pencil lead. And right there. Oh, and one right there too. Get right into those. Now, here pretty soon, trademark, we'll be working on the... I think I'm going to make 2 rocking chairs. I'm going to make one where I don't bend anything. And then I'm going to make one where I steam bend. Just because, one rocking chair is kind of pointless. You need 2 of them, right? Hey, Brian, how you doing, buddy? How's your mom? She doing good? She all better? Muffins are done and cooling? Hell yeah. Pardon me. Nice, a foreign. A foreign? Nice, E. Clean a little bit of dust off the camera there. That sounds like a great project, man. For a bit better, still in the ICU? Well, I hope she's not in there for too much longer. That foreign? Nice. Even a blind squirrel gets a nut once in a while. I hope she's not in there too much longer, but I'm glad she's doing better. That's the important thing. How are you holding up, man? Yeah, being bedridden, you can lose muscle mass fast, especially when you're fighting, a health issue. Well, I hope it gets better real soon for her, man. Once she's back at home and doing whatever she does. I'd imagine she bakes stuff for you, but I don't know. Anyway, Vernick, I'll have to send you some pictures of my design for the whiskey cabinet that I want to build. Might get some inspiration from it, or be able to point some things out to me that it's aren't good ideas that I'm not aware of until I build it. Oh, Steph, I don't know. I just assumed Brian's mom would bake. I haven't built it, but I got a plan. One of the very few plans that I actually have. But I do love my whiskey, so might as well build it a nice box to live in. Starting to get this business. What the muffin making business? What am I making? I'm making a noodle board or a stove cover. But I have to make it differently than I normally would because it's actually going to get used for rolling out dough and things. So we don't want any corners where stuff can get packed in there and be difficult to clean because then you're not going to use it. The muffin making business. I also think I settled on a new name, but I'm not sure yet. And I don't want to tell you guys because I haven't bought the website yet. I don't want somebody to go out there and buy the website off me or out from under me. I'd like to have the website finalized and public by the end of October. Well, I'm going to go with by the end of the year. And have all the paperwork done for the name change and all that. I think I'm still going to keep this name. I'm just not going to do any business under it for now. Well, once I get the official changeover. End of the year's more, right? Hey, Jack. Thanks, Foreign. Appreciate that. I'm sure Brian's mom appreciates that as well. What's up, GG? How you doing? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. All right, so I don't actually have as much as I thought I did. It's all just kind of randomly scattered around. So this might be a pretty quick 80 grit pass. I am going to change paper though because it is getting a little worn. So it's going to become one of those pieces of paper that sits on this pile over here for me to use when I want to hand sand something. It's just losing efficiency. Everyone knows when you're sanding, efficiency is key. You try to get it done as quickly as possible. Now, this will not guarantee that your board is flat. Like this isn't a planer. This isn't a wide belt sander, anything like that. But it does help to flatten it. And let's be perfectly honest, it doesn't really have to be perfectly flat. It's going to go on a stove and sit there. And then it's going to go on the floor or on a table, or a counter, something. I think one of the biggest pitfalls of woodworking that I'm guilty of, 100%, is trying to, man, that paper still has some serious grit on it. Trying to make everything 100% perfect. And it's wood. It's a losing battle. You're never going to be 100% perfect. But, and even if you are, even if you do get it perfectly flat, odds are it will not stay that way because wood moves. I get to sell you a new sign shop. I haven't even gotten that sign. That's the last one yet. But yes, you will be making me a new one. Well, maybe. If you want to make a new one. All right, welcome back, 715. Need to get yourself a table saw? Hell yeah. Table saws are useful. Super useful. I'm looking to upgrade mine. I got the DeWalt, I don't remember the model. DeWalt table saw back here. And it has done exceptionally well for me. But I'm looking to move into a smaller cabinet saw, hybrid saw. If I'm good with it, it's good enough. See, JFL, that's the big thing. Is some of us will see a flaw in something, like, I don't know, this little tiny knot right here, and then be like, yeah, that draws my attention now because I looked at it and I noticed it. So now I need to figure out how to get rid of it, right? And or I don't have any on here, but let's say you do a glue up like this and you've got a tiny little gap in there, and then you beat yourself up trying to get rid of it, or a little gap on the end, and it's going to get cut off anyway. Um, I have been working on that a lot, but still trying to keep it so that I'm proud of the quality. That's my biggest thing. Accepting small flaws and still being proud of it. Not beating myself up over something. Right? Call that man-made. Yeah. Yep. That's what I'm trying to adopt. Now I don't want to, go, oh, this is, I'd slap this here, that stupid little counter table thing right there, like slap together. I'm not gonna go, yeah, that's worth $300 right there because I built it. No, it's a slap together temporary table. It is what it is. But so I don't want to have quality like that I'm selling to people or giving to people. But I've learned that obsessing over the minute details generally just hurts you from a business standpoint. People don't generally see those minute flaws. And you waste a lot of time trying to make it perfect for something that nobody's going to see. Not saying you shouldn't make it perfect, but I'm trying to find that happy medium. Yeah, plywood is ridiculously expensive. I have resorted to using plate boards because it's $20 a sheet for a half-inch board, half-inch sheet here. And I can use it just fine if for cabinetry out here. I'll just build a frame and be good with it. Spray some paint on it and call it a day. JFL, yeah, it doesn't matter at this point because this is the first. This is an 80 grit sand, so. And I always do a second pass going with the grain. Also, it's a random orbital. Random orbitals, they just do little circles anyway. Doesn't matter which way you're going. Yeah, Corin, that's accurate. That's one thing I don't use a lot of is I don't use MDF. I really should. It's perfectly flat. I mean, if it's an indoor project, it's not going to get wet or anything. I mean, it makes sense to use it. Thanks. Yeah, no problem, JSL. No problem at all. The upside to taking so long with the 80 grit, the rough sanding, is the next level of sanding doesn't take as long. This is getting everything nice and flat, smooth, cleaning everything up. After that, all you're basically doing is getting rid of the sanding mark from the prior grain. Smoothing it out a little more. That the initial sanding is what takes so long. And if you just want to jump right to something like 180 grit, you've got a lot to take off. That's going to take some time and some paper. We're going to burn through a lot of paper. I have some 60 grit for a belt sander, but I only use it when I get rough cut timber, like from the Amish mill or something. You know, building something outside, I'll use it to just kind of knock it down a little bit. And then I'll put an 80 grit belt on, and then usually that's where I'll call it because I generally want that rough texture. My next pass is going to be like 150. Because this is cherry, it's softwood, so I can skip a grit. So I'm going to go to 150 and skip 120. And then after that, we'll cut it down. And we'll hit it with 220. And we should be golden then. I might even hit it with 180 first. You know, 180 and then 220, but we'll see how it goes. I will, however, have to spend a little extra time on the black walnut end because it is significantly harder than the cherry. So it'll take a little extra time to sand them, skipping a grit. And then I go around it like this while I'm on these lower grits because I'm not moving my sander all the way off the edge all the time. So I want to make sure that I'm still sanding every part of the edges. That way I'm not hurting myself later on. Now when I move up to like the 220 and stuff, do the final sand, I'll run it like more than halfway off. Oh, I gotta empty that. Shooting dust everywhere. I'll run it more than like halfway off of the board because I'm not going to go around. But with the 220, I'm generally just going with the grain. Like I said, it's a random orbital, so it doesn't matter. It's just doing circles. It doesn't matter which way you go. But will I use my router on the edges? No. We'll use the router on the edges of the frame, but this is going to go inside of a frame. So this is going to get, it's going to be rabbited in. And so we're going to have a strip on all four sides, and we'll round that over. All right, this has some good grit on it yet. I'm going to go through, do some pencil. Let's see, I've got a tiny bit of glue over here, a small bit down here, which is probably one more pass. And then I've got a little bit here, which I bet is probably one more pass. So I'm going to say, and a little bit of light glue right there in the middle. So I'm going to say maybe one, maybe two more passes. And with the 80 grit, and we'll be as smooth as we need to be. And then we'll spray it with rubbing alcohol, make sure I didn't miss any light glue anywhere. And then we'll move up to 150 grit. We'll go over that good. And then we'll cut it down square. And then we'll cut our pieces. Now we're not going to assemble those right off the bat because we do have to sand those first. particularly the inside. It's a huge spot right there. Oh. But I do want to have it assembled today. All right, JFL. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. One of the things I also do is I overlap my strokes by about 50%. I don't know if that's important or not. It's something that I do. I've been doing it forever. Helps ensure I don't miss anything. How you getting it? How you doing? Appreciate that, Fabio. I do have a mask. I just didn't put it on. I don't have much dust in here tonight. This little filter on here does pretty well, and then the fan that's on the ceiling does really well. It's 60-40. I can see that, Runic. I find that overlapping is a hard, like if you're trying to not overlap, it's a hard thing to do. I was painting something here a couple of weeks back, and I wanted to do it with different colors and stuff, and I wanted to kind of have like stripes on it. So I was trying not to overlap the spray paint, and about halfway through the project, I realized that I just painted it 3 different colors, just one right over top of the other. Where am I from? I'm from Northwest PA. Yeah, I've got a fan behind me blowing that way, and I've got a filter fan, and I've got this thing. So I don't really have a whole lot of dust just hanging out in the shop right now. Doing pretty good. But you're right, we should always wear a mask. What am I making? I'm making a noodle board or a stove cover. I'm making one that's actually going to be used, not just decorative. So this is when I get the most sand or dust is when I pick this thing up. So I've never built one this style before. So we're going to see if I can actually do it. I'm confident. We'll see if I run into any unforeseen problems. So my frame, I'm going to want it to be a 1/4 inch bigger all the way around than my surface. So I got to make sure that I account for a 1/2 inch difference in size because the stove is only so big. Do I always sand this slow? Yes, I do. Sanding fast doesn't do anything for you, in my experience. About 1 inch per second means that I only have to do one pass, and I can get rid of all of my pencil marks. Where if I'm just slamming it around here, I've got to sand for like an hour, doing absolutely nothing. Yeah, MDF dust is terrible. What I'm hearing is that you're my guinea pig. Yep. Here we go. Spray that with alcohol. That should be the last of it for the 80 grit. We'll jump up to 150. 150 is way faster. Like I said, the 80 grit pass, the rough sand, getting rid of everything that's uneven, is the slowest part of sanding. That's the most time consuming. Everything else I can do 2 passes on and generally be done with that grit. And I don't see anywhere where I have any glue stains, so I think we're good. I don't have any pencil marks anywhere that I can see. We're going to bump it up to 150. How's the DeWalt performing? I really like it. I really do. All right, Runic, we'll do. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you, man. I've had this DeWalt random orbital for quite a while, and I don't have any complaints about it. It's a little vibraty when you're using it for a while, but I don't know of any sanders that aren't. I mean, you're using it for a long time, like you can feel it in your hand. Well, I do have some dust that settled on the camera, so. Black & Decker. Yeah, Black & Decker. Isn't Black & Decker DeWalt the same company? All right, Steph. Appreciate you. All right. So I got some 150. Like I said, we're gonna 150 sand, and then for this stuff, I generally don't do any pencil marks. Yeah, I think Black and Decker owns DeWalt, um, or at least whatever parent company, or is it Black and Decker owns Milwaukee? Whatever. I know there's not too many tool companies out there. They're all owned by somebody. Just have a different name. So when I'm doing the finer grits, I generally don't do the pencil marks. I mean, I can, um, but I don't really see a need for it. But if I do, I'll make sure I do them really lightly. Like, these are barely visible, not like when I was doing it on the 80 grit, and it was real heavy. Right? Like, I don't even know if you guys can see those. Oh, you might see some of them. Like, I'm not even sure I need to do more than one across grain or one with the grain. Pulling that pencil mark right off there. So as long as I don't see any 80 grit swirls, I'm just going to flip it over to the other side. And then we're going to move the table down a little bit. And I'm going to bring out the crack saw. We're going to get a straight edge on here. And then we're going to switch over to the table saw to get the other side. Well, maybe not. Maybe I'll just use the track saw and we're done with it. I already have it out. I also think Black & Decker owns Mac Tools, MAC Tools. If I'm not mistaken, they're all owned by the same umbrella company. So the only reason I go both directions is really just to ensure that I didn't miss a spot. That's it. You don't have to. It's just something that I've been doing for a long time. Dog walker sander. I usually keep a firm grip on it, either down here or rest my hand on the top. Like, you don't ever have to push on the sander. It should just be holding it. If you're having to push on it, then the paper's not doing the job. And sandpaper matters. That cheap Gator stuff, I've got a bunch of it up there. You get from like, Lowe's or whatever. Um, it's it's just garbage. I mean, you burn through so many sheets that you might as well just buy good paper. Oh, nice. Let's see if I have any. If I can see any of the 80 grit swirls. You really should wipe off or blow off your surface in between grits. Um, that way, if you just went from 80 grit and you've got a couple of grains stuck in the board here, and then you go over it with something finer, and you grab hold of that piece of grit and drag it around your board, then now you just introduced a bunch of scratches that you're then going to have to sand out again. And I don't see any swirls yet. So we're going to go ahead and say that side's good. I need to do this side with 150, and then we're going to get it cut down. So I'll go over it real light. Grab a drink. That's good stuff. Yeah, there you go. So Fabio, this is a sandpaper that I found that I use. It's the only stuff that I'm using right now, which is Serious Grit. I'm not sponsored or anything. You can get it on Amazon. I mean, they do have a website, but they got a bunch of different kinds. I just used the purple. It's ceramic, and a 50 box of assorted grits is like $30. So, and you get 10 of each grit. So that's what I use. I like it. It's not mesh. I think they do have mesh, but I just don't use mesh very often. For mesh, I generally go with the 3M, but I don't use it very often. So I haven't had a chance to experiment with anybody else's paper. But I really like this paper. This is good stuff. And it's cheap, and I can get it pretty much anytime. The reason I started looking for other paper was because the 3M paper was constantly out of stock, or I'd have to wait a long time to get it. So I found this, and I was like, all right, well, I'll use that. What's up, Jean Charles? How you doing? Appreciate you coming in. Thank you. To be fair, I do have some of that gator stuff, but I use it mostly for like a backup supply of paper. But for a long time, I did use that exclusively. I used that real cheap paper, and I didn't realize what a difference sandpaper made. I always figured, sandpaper is sandpaper. Did they ship to Portugal? I don't know. Do you have Amazon? If you can get Amazon, then I know they'll ship. As for the company itself, I don't know. I haven't bought any directly through them yet. Because Amazon, I can get it same day. And I don't pay shipping. So Prime. I do know on their website, on a Serious Grits website, they have a 10% off code that you can use. But you got to give them your email address and stuff, which I guess is, normal anymore. Oh, I don't know where Serious Grits based out of, but I know that I've got an Amazon depot in town, and so if they have it in stock there, I can generally get it same day. What's up, Ron? Thanks for coming in, buddy. I appreciate you. Yeah, so I don't know, but to your point about 180 grit lasts as much as 5 cheap 80 grits, yeah. That's That's what I do. That's how I found out with this gator stuff that I have here. Thanks, Fabio. I appreciate that, man. I'll be live again on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Have yourself a good one, man. I appreciate you coming in. All right. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to get a nice straight side on here. I reckon we'll assume that the bottom of that is square because these were cut on the table saw. So we'll assume that those are straight. It might not be. It might be a bad assumption. Where's my tape measure? There it is. Okay. We're going to go with that. We'll just make everything off of this edge. Now this edge does have to get cut down, but we'll make our sides square off of this edge, and then we'll square it off of those two edges. So we assume that that is square. We should be able to just slap a square up here, draw a line, and then line our track saw up with that line. Now I should be able to line my track saw up right on there, and it should be good to go. As long as I get it lined up proper, which I'm going to go ahead and say that's pretty close. There. We will clamp that. Well, we're going to pull that back some so it doesn't fall off. We're going to clamp this down, make sure it's square off that edge, and then cut it. Probably a bad assumption is assuming that anything is square, but get these clamps so that they're almost tight. I don't want to take off a whole lot. I would just want a straight edge. So we're going to work this out to the edge here. To our pencil mark. Does it seem right? I got this little flip out thing on here. I wonder if that should keep a nice straight line. Give me something to bump it up to. Hopefully. Hopefully this doesn't turn around to bite me in the ass. So we're going to find out. May just make a fool of myself in front of 100 people. Are the biscuits done yet? Hey, Papa, how you doing, bud? Hey, Marie, thanks for coming in. She said that the muffins were done. They were cooling. She made banana muffins today, which means I'll have to go over to her house in the morning before work, pick up my muffins for the week. You know what? Since I'm using this track saw more, I think maybe it'll get stored underneath my workstation, my new table that I built. So I just have the Wen track saw. I don't have anything fancy. It was cheap, does the job. And Festool won't sponsor me, so I'm not doing too bad, Papas. Not doing too bad at all. If Festool wanted to sponsor me, I'd have Festool products, but well, I'd use Festool stuff, and then I would, like I said before, probably give it away or work a deal where they give me one and give one for a giveaway. All right. Let's double check and make sure we're still square. All right. You and me both. Yeah. I don't think Festool needs to sponsor anybody. All right. Which is the one holding me in here? This one. There we go. All right. Let's make a cut. I didn't have to slide it back. I was just hoping that I could clean all the sawdust off the track. It didn't work. All right, I made a nice clean cut. Let's see if that nice clean cut was square. At least square to this side. Oh. According to that, it's pretty square. I think we did okay. We'll find out when we go to put the frame around it. You have the Craig track saw. Oh, nice. Yeah, I seen they had one. I seen they had one after I bought this one, and I was like, well, that would have been cool to get. I don't mind Craig products. All right, so now, what is my sizing? Where is my piece of paper? There it is. I need to be a max of 29.5. So this has to be a maximum of 29 inches. So I need to cut off a little bit on this side. So we're going to turn this around. And we're just going to mark 29 inches over here. But I'm going to mark it down here on the cherry so I can actually see it. And we'll throw one here in the middle just so I know if I'm crazy or not. I mean, obviously I'm crazy, but all right, let's throw this thing up here. Drop all this sawdust on the floor. So move it out here so we can get the clamps on. One thing I do not like about this was my fault. When I was setting it up, I didn't have my saw set up proper. And that first cut, I chewed up this rubber kind of right here in the middle. So I got to get a new rubber for it. But I didn't understand because, you know, I don't read instructions. So I didn't understand that I needed to set the saw up onto the track, adjust the, you know, the little adjustment so it sits tight. So when I was cutting the first pass, I had a little bit back here that I chopped up on the rubber lip, and then it went fine. And then how I was reaching, I ended up turning the saw blade and it chewed up this section here and then cut fine when I moved. All right, let's make sure this is square to that edge. Just for funsies. There we go. Okay, we should be good. Let's clamp this bad boy down. Let's make a cut. Good Lord. Banging into everything. All right. In theory, we have a square bolt. Let's measure it and find out. Set that over here. Well, we have a rectangle board. Anyway. And we are at 36 inches, 3 feet each corner. Right on. Measure it this way. 36 inches. Dead nuts. Get rid of those fuzzies. Dead nuts. If it's not square, it's at least not square evenly. Who does read instructions? Yeah, 3, 4, 5. Yep. What is it? 3 inches, 4 inches. So that distance should be 5 inches. Right? Let's come over 3, go up 4. The distance between those two should be 5. Yeah. You know what? Well, let's do it. We'll go up 4. That's pretty close. We'll come over 3. And we are, let's use this one. We are at 5. You know what's funny is the 4-inch mark is dead on with my tape measure. The 3-inch mark is just a little bit shy, like a hair. 5 inches. Right on the corner, right on the corner. What color am I painting it? Oh my goodness. Painting it. Oh, my heart. What do I need? I need 21 inch, or I need 22 inches max. So we're probably going to drop down to 21 inches. So, because I got to be between 21 and 22 inches. So, if I drop down, if I take 3/8 off of both sides, not 3/8 total off of the side, the ends, I'll keep symmetry. And that'll get me down to 21, but then I have to take another 1/2 inch off because I'm going to have a 1/4 inch. Well, actually, I have to be between 21 and 22. So if I take 3/8 off plus a 1/2, that'll put me at 21 and a 1/2. This 3/8 will drop me down to 21 plus a 1/2 is a fucking 1/2. Ah, damn. Look at that. Made 2 stairway shelf plant holders. She wants to paint them. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Now, this I am not going to cut with the track saw. I'm going to cut the long sides with the table saw. So I believe we're done with the track saw. So let's get that put away so I don't end up damaging the track when I knock it off of here. Because y'all know me. I will damage it, I'm sure. And I almost knocked it off now. Stuff that on the floor. Put this away. Unplug the track saw. Wrap that up. And I think this is going to be one of the things that's stored underneath my new workbench here. Because this is where it gets used. So we'll just put that stuff down there. And we won't have to worry about it. All right. Now, we do have to move this table down a little bit, though, so that I have room for the table saw. Oh, good Lord, she's heavy. Yeah, there we go. There's my offcut pieces. So that's also how you know you got really good glue joints, right? You got your offcuts. And I got black walnut on both ends still. It hasn't broken, which means I had good glue all the way out to the edges. That's why you made them out of cedar. Oh, man. Same with this one. Also, bends pretty good that way, too. Huh. Where do you think this will break? Our cherry grain runs across. You think it's going to break on a glue joint, or you think it's going to break the cherry? Or the, yeah. Ready? Ready? Well, I shot a piece over there. It broke twice. So it busted off here. Took some black walnut with it, and it busted off there. Not on a glue joint. That one was weird. Like, you can see it took black walnut with it. I've never seen it fail that close to the glue joint before, but that was interesting. Second one broke wood and launched a piece over there. Not a glue joint. Definitely a good glue up, at least on the scrap pieces. So if the offcuts are good, then I'm going to go ahead and assume that the rest of it's good. Yeah, there's the black walnut that it took off of it. This was just a thin layer. And then broke next to a glue joint. And the other one broke also next to a glue joint. But the joint held. Yep. Joint's definitely held. Okay. So I need to set the table saw up. We need to make 2 cuts on that panel. And then we have to make our frame. And I will be right back in just a second. I have to run in the house real quick because I believe that my Amazon delivery is here. So let me go grab that. It's actually at the front of the house. So let me go grab that before somebody else does, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I forgot that I had a microphone on my hat. Should have left that out here. Hopefully, it disconnected while I was in there. By the time I realized I had it and muted it, I think it was disconnected. What's up, Bayu? How you doing, bud? Thanks for coming. Hopefully, it was disconnected. Also, it was not my Amazon delivery. It was somebody just walking by my house, triggering the camera. What is going on here? Oh, there we go. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut two sides, and then we're going to cut our frame piece, which is going to be maple. So we need to split 3/8 of an inch. And I want this to be over here at my table so I can use it as an out feed. Slide this stuff down. Move that closer. Do I buy it 4S4? Not usually. Usually I will get rough cut or rough mill. But on occasion, I will go with surface 4 sides. Like my maple that I'm going to use on this is surfaced 4 sides. All right, so that is where we are. All right. Now, I'm going to flip that down there so I can slide on top of it. So the wall has this nifty fence on the side. I don't know if other saws do. Or I can pick it up, and now I can slide over top of my table with it, with this little shelf here. So it gets me away from the main fence if I need to run something through that's weird shaped, I guess. Or I can drop it down one, and now I'm the same height as my table. I can use it as like an extension shelf. That is something that I really like about this saw. Okay, so we need to be about there. Skill saw does as well. Oh, nice. Here, I thought it was just a DeWalt thing. Dang, DeWalt. I mean, I think every saw should have it. I use that little shelf quite often, especially when I'm out here. And I've got, like, if I'm doing 1/4-inch plywood and it's droopy, like I've oftentimes slid under the fence. And then I learned that this thing is also a shelf. All right, let's make sure this measurement is the same as my tape measure. And it is. Okay, so we're going to come over that far off of this side. Haven't used it yet. Yeah, it took me a long time to use mine, where I realized that that's what it did. What's up, Creation Dust? How you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming in, man. We got this sanded down to 150. Now we're gonna cut it down to size. We got our ends cut, so we're gonna just get the width cut down to size, and then we're gonna cut. While we got the saw out, we're gonna cut our frame pieces, and then we'll do some more sanding and stuff. But let me see if I just botched that. I might have screwed the pooch on that one. Oh. No. Okay, we're good. All right. Woo! I had a small panic attack because I don't know how I was square with the actual piece getting cut off of there. All right. Then we're going to come down here. And that should put us at exactly 21 inches. Still matches. All right, now let's make sure we're still square. Because did I cut the sides square to the edge that wasn't square? We're going to find out. We're just shy of 3 feet. 7/8. And we are no longer square. We are off by about 1/8 of an inch. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Let's see. Yep, I'm 1/8 of an inch out of square. I'm going to cut that side. Because this side has a little dip in it right here. I must have got wobbly with the saw. So we're going to make it just slightly smaller. Oh, I got to move my fence. I don't want to. It's fine. Okay, so we'll go to there. This. Back in the game. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to drop it down just a nudge. Let's measure this so I don't waste a bunch of time. Let's see, which side do we need to trim? I bet it's this one. No fucking. That's the side that's square. Ooh, almost screwed the pooch. This side's a touch off. Almost screwed the pooch, cut the whole thing wrong. It's got to go this way. So we're just going to skim it until we end up with a full cut. And I think we're going to go right there. All right, bump it over just a nudge more. Got a full cut there. So make sure we're still. I only ended up cutting it down 1/16 of an inch. Which should even us out. We're damn close. Close enough for government work. We're going to go with it. We're going to send it. All right. So we're good with that for now. What up, Mike? Hey, June, how you doing? Oh, he's a perfectionist. Thanks, Creation Dust. I appreciate that, bud. All right, now we're going to cut down some maple. I'm going to readjust my fence to the inner portion. Make sure we're still lined up. I always find it easier to line my fence up with my blade. Okay. And I always keep the back of my fence about 1/16 off, so that I'm kind of feeding it through at a little bit of an angle away from the blade. I find that it reduces the amount of kickback for some of the sketchy stuff that I do. So we're going to lock that into place. Make sure we didn't move it all. That's right at 16. And that is at 16 and a 16th. It's just shy of a 16th. So we're good. And it should line up with that groove right here. Should be nice and flush. And then just slightly tapers away. Perfect. And if your fence is square, it's a good way to see if your blade is square, which my blade was not. It's just slightly tilted. We're going to go with that. Double check it with the angle meter. So I'm thinking that we are going to run 45s on this. And I think I'm going to do spline 45. And we're at 90. So I think I'm going to do splines on the 45. I was considering just doing just straight squared off ends and then running a couple of dowels through it, but I thought against it. DeWalt saw, yes sir. Oh, is that what you were doing today, Mike? I'm sorry. I seen you live, popped in, threw a thumbs up. I had told people that I was going live, so I couldn't stay. All right, RTE, or however your name is. That's what it looks like. What am I doing? I'm making a noodle board. We're going to cut the frame for it right now. So what we want to do is find out how thick our faceboard is. And we are right at 3/4. Okay, so if I give it a um, 2 3/4 inch frame, I guess we do need the chop saw. Huh? I give it a 2 3/4 inch wide frame, then it'll be 2 inches high plus 3/4. And that will give me a 3/4 inch strip out of this left over. I'll get a 3/4 by 3/4 square. It's all right. So this, somebody asked me if I get my lumber surfaced 4 sides. Not usually, but this is. Just because it's curly maple, and I seen it and was like, I need that. I need that in my life. I mean, I could give it a cherry frame, but I don't really want to. Cherry's kind of soft. And you're going to have a very shallow handle hold. Oh, you know what? I forgot the handle hold. It's going to be... I'm going to have to go with a 2.5 inch high lip. So 3 1/4 inches wide is what I'll need this to be. Which means I'll end up with a 1/4 inch strip left over. All right, let me get the chop saw set up on this table. We're going to break this down to the lengths that we need. We'll go a little bigger, just because that's what we do around here. And then we'll run them through the table saw. And then we will, I don't know, do jumping jacks or something. All right. We're going to take this, plug it in over here. You guys are going to look at my back for a minute, because not really any point in moving the saw or the camera. I guess we'll do that. Have I done that? Are you referring to the that's a pretty piece of wood, I need that in my life, or only leaving yourself a little tiny off-cut piece? Absolutely. Okay, so we're going to go slightly larger than 29, plus, because we got the 45s that we're going to put in. So how about we cut to 31? So that'll give me 62. Ooh, will I be able to get everything out of this one? That'd be nice. I'll go 30.5. That'll give me 61. I'll probably go 62. I mean, I've got other maple up there. Give my shit back. And then 21. So we'll cut that at like probably 23. So that'll give me 46. So I need 107. Hey, look at that. I got me 110.5. Right? Fuck it. We'll find out. Let's see what works. Oh, the wood? Yeah. The room actually smells like wood? Yep. Yep, it does. It'll smell more like whatever you're cutting. Like if I'm cutting cedar, I'm working with a lot of cedar that day. It'll smell like cedar in here. Also, I've got cedar on the walls. So it will smell like cedar just because of that. But I don't really notice that unless I've been gone for a while. But if I'm cutting cherry or pine, it'll smell like that in here. We're gonna run this down so I can use this to hold the stuff. Gotta get the board stretcher. I may end up using this other curly maple piece up here. That was the offcut from the cabinet frame down there, which that's what I'm waiting on is hinges. I ordered some hinges. They were supposed to be here today, but I guess not. Let's see. If I do use this, how wide is that? Only 5.5. But I have enough. Well, I could use it for that only, and no 45. But I have enough that I can get a short side out of that. So, and it's still curly. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's still curly. This has a little bit of that ambrosia going on it. So it'll still match. And it's the same, it's a very similar tone. So I think it'll be okay. If I need it. So typically when I'm doing something like this, where I'm going to use one board to go around as a frame, I would, and with 45s, I would try to line up the grain so that it looked like a continuous grain. I'm not going to go through that hassle today. There you go, Runic. Give her hell. So what did I say I needed? 31. So we're going to cut 31. It'll be our front or our back, whichever. Now, that's got a lot of curl in it. I might make that the front. We'll do another 31. This section here will also have a lot of curl. This is a very curly piece. So this will get cut down to size when we're doing the 45s. We get cut down to its final length. I like to give myself a little extra because if I screw it up, see, that side's ugly. It's got this knot on it. But this side, I don't know if I can get you guys to see it. This is a boatload of curl. If you can see it kind of down here in this corner, this side here. It's like that the whole way through. So that'll be the outside. And then, what did I say? 23? So that'd be 64 or 40, 46. All right, we got 48 and a quarter. So why don't we just cut them down to 23.5? Be good. I'll cut off that end there. That way, if I mess up one of the 45s, I'm not hurting myself. 23.5. Okay. Make sure my math wasn't off, because I am notorious for measure once, cut 7 times. That will go there. And 23.5. And this one will go on that side. Oh, you guys can't even see it. But I did this, put it on the other side. All right. So now we're done with the chop saw, because we are going to 45 it on the table saw. We're going to see how that goes. Though now that I'm thinking about it, the chop saw might be a better option. Those are pretty long pieces to 45. We'll do it on the chop saw. Let's see what happens. Come over here, grab a drink, look at chat. Oh, my magnet stuck to my clamp. Good thing my drink was empty. See it? Beauty Mabel, right? It's gorgeous. What do I think about the UK? It's the UK, I guess. Ain't my country. I don't care. You guys do your own thing. Have fun. What's up, old Rami? How you doing, buddy? Doing good over here. We got see, now I'm a little sad that I didn't do the grain wrap, because I got all my pieces out of it. Now I hope I cut some off. But hopefully the grain matches up enough. Better than you deserve? Yeah, same. All right. So since I'm going to be doing some 45s over there, I guess I'll move the camera. I guess. We'll see if I screw this up in high definition here. We'll plug you in. I don't know what my phone's at, so it's just easier to keep it plugged in. Plug you in there. Give you a good look here. So I want to make sure that I'm square. My blade is square to my fence, and then I'm going to tilt it to 45 degrees. And I'll put the meter on it to make sure that it is 45 degrees from the base. And we're going to do slow cuts because, excuse me, this blade, if you bog it, or you try to cut fast, the blade will wobble, and then you won't have a clean cut. You'll have kind of a jagged cut, and it'll look terrible when gluing up the joint. Now, I don't know if all chop saws do that, but this one does. So we're going to go ahead and go with that. We don't want that to happen. All right, where's my beverage? Probably don't want that over there. Put it there on the table. All right. Let's make sure we are square. I am turned off, but I am still plugged in. Just don't touch the fucking power switch, all right? Like, you got to use a little bit of common sense. So I'll line that up onto a tooth. Oh. Have this side sitting on a tooth. And I can see I am a touch off. That pretty perfect. So I got that locked down. Now we want to make sure this is 45 to this. Because I don't remember the last time I adjusted this. And it takes 2 seconds to break this angle meter out. So and we'll see if it's 90 degrees to the table, which I mean it should be. We are. We're 89.95. Oh, there we go. 90. Perfect. Okay. Now, see if I remember how to do this. I should be able to just pull this. Yeah. Slide this bad boy to pull this bracket out. Slide this bad boy to sawdust on my stop there. 44.9. We can do better than that. 44.95. Or should I go 46? If I go 46, I'm bound to have a tight tip, but I might have a gap on the inside. When did that become? When did I make a comeback? It didn't. It really didn't. I hope and pray one day it will. Now we're gonna go straight 45. Well, 44.95. As close as I need it to be. And then we're gonna find out that I suck at life and nothing fits. But in theory, I should be able to lock the slide and make a 45-degree cut right there. But we're not going to lock the slide. We're going to slide into it. Make sure this is out of the way. So I've got movable wings on here. Right? Just don't cut into them. Right? Close enough for government work? Absolutely. Okay. Let's do some 45s. So we want that way. what we're going to do is cut just a hair past the edge on this side, and we'll cut the rest off of that side. And then we're going to go to the table saw and we're ripping down to the proper length or width, which we probably should do first. But we're going to see how it works out. You can see my laser's nice and straight, so... Gotta go fast enough you don't burn it. I was going too slow, burned it a little bit. But I also don't have any teeth marks here. So that means my blade was running true the entire time. Now let's see. This should be 45 degrees. One would hope. Close enough for government work. Look at that. Right in the end. In there. Yeah, pretty damn close. Pretty damn close. We're assuming that's 45. Should be. All right. So there's one. And that one's going to be there. So we're going to cut another one. We're not going to cut the other end yet. We're going to get two that match the corner, and we're going to take all of our measurements off of that. Let's make sure we got the pretty side out, because we have the pretty side out on that one. And I think this is the pretty side. Thanks, I appreciate that, Rami. So we're just taking off just a little bit of the flat, not a whole lot. This was also the cut at the sawmill, so we want to make sure we get rid of all that, because we did not square that up. So, all right, well, let's give her hell. Now, also with your saw, when you've got it extended out, with this one anyway, I don't know about anybody else's, but I can flex that whole thing. So push into the cut, not down, or you will definitely change everything. Ask me how I know. Make sure we're good here. Well, it looks like 45. That looks like 45. All right, let's see if we did it. I'm gonna be looking at that corner right there. So in theory, we should have a nice square corner, a nice, oh, this one's a little bowed, but we're not worried about that. We should have a nice corner. And we've got a nice corner. Okay. Now, because I'm cutting on the outside, not the inside, usually you'd be able to just mark where you want your inside of your miter to start. But because we're cutting them this way, we're cutting on the outside, that doesn't really apply to us. I could change the saw around and cut from the inside. but I don't want to. So when we're doing this, we're also going to have to keep in mind that we're taking off, we're putting a rabbet through here. So where these line up right with the corner of the board, they're not going to be sitting there. They're going to be sitting like this, right? They're going to be inside a little bit. We're going to have a quarter inch of the maple on the outside of this, not 3/4. But we can get our rough sizing down and then subtract the, where's my pencil? Subtract what we need to subtract. What do I do with my pencil? Oh, found it. Need to sharpen it a little bit. So because I'm taking a 1/2 inch off of each side, that should mean I'm going to take 1 inch off of this side, right? Of overall length. Doing walnut splines? Yeah. Rabbit cuts don't work if they're a hair off. Yeah, I want to put some miter splines. I was thinking about doing angled ones, but I'll probably just end up doing 2 or 3 straight ones. Probably 2 because it's not going to be this tall. So it's probably only get 2. Now, what we could do, so we don't have any mixed up measurements, is I could flip the saw. Well, I'm not really flipping the saw. I just flip the piece to the other side. But I can go ahead and run these through the table saw, get my notches cut out of them, which honestly probably wouldn't be a bad idea. I like the idea of keeping them full width because if I mess up on this side, you know, I can just cut this side off instead of, you know, now I have to start over. So let's do that. Let's knock out our miters real quick. We're just going to cut out a box. We're going to use the table saw to do it. We are not going to be so I need my saw blade to be 3/4 of an inch high. I believe this piece of wood is 3/4 of an inch. It is 3/4 of an inch. So we're going to line our blade up with the top of that. With the tooth up. Give me a flat tooth. I prefer the saw blades that have angled. They have angle both ways and a flat. So you got 3 different teeth on the same blade. There. Doesn't give you a perfect flat cut, but it does do wonders. All right, make sure we're cutting the right side. Nope, I need to cut this side. All right, let's get our miters all cut. Might as well work smarter, not harder. All right, we'll get you guys turned over here so you can see me fuck this up. We'll get all these pieces over here. And we'll move this down here because we're off table. All right, do the thing. All right. Now, move our fence to 3/4 of an inch. I forgot that one board was bowed and it fucked up my 1/4 inch reveal. No, I need to be just shy of 3/4 because blade width is a thing. So we'll go there. Make sure. Yep. Then need to drop our blade to 1/2 inch. Right there. Yep. Now, should be able to cut that rabbit out. There. We got our rabbits cut out. Make sure they actually fit. Well, son of a biscuit. Would you just look at it? I know you guys can't look at it, but trust me. It fits. All right, Creation Dust. Have a good one, buddy. Thanks for popping in, man. So we are going to do it, cutting them from this side because I'm going to need to use it to mark. But that being said, we should be able to have everything line up perfectly that way. Okay, so this one goes here, this one goes here, that clamp goes there. Oh, clamps, corner clamps. I have corner clamps. Let's get rid of these pieces. My scrap bin is full. I need to have a fire. Got these here handy dandy little squeeze clamps that I don't use very often. I bet they will work out wonderfully. We're holding that stuff in place. Beautiful. Okay, now need a small one. I'm over here. I don't know if you can see me. I'm over here. All right, Rami, have a good one, buddy. Thanks for coming, man. So, yeah, small. This should be where I'm going to leave the line. And oh, hey, how you guys doing? We're going to be over here now. I'm going to leave the line, and I should be able to cut right there. So to do that, we're going to plug the saw in. One of these days, I'll get my electrical done in here. Till then, we got this extension cord. Works just fine. Actually, I could just plug a saw into the outlet right there. Cord will reach. But Pull this wing out so I have some support. I want to leave the line, so I want to put the tooth right on the inside of it. Okay, we're going to see how this works out. Could go great, could go wrong. Either went good or it didn't. Those are the only two options. On the bright side, those two pieces will make a 90 degree. All right, let's see what we did. This goes here. That gets clamped on there. We are not too bad, really. Oh, squeeze together better. Squeeze together more gooder. There. So that's there. That's in there. And next time I need to leave a tiny bit more. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut this side, because that should be all that matters. We're going to be over here again. I did it the wrong way. Oh, what an idiot. Good thing I got plenty of space. I needed to come this way. Son of a biscuit. Flip it. My bad. My bad. Good thing I made these things oversized, because I know me. All right, let's see if that one lines up. You know what? It's not half bad. I can live with that. Okay, now I'm just going to mark this next one, and then I'm going to be right over there with you guys in just a second. I need to leave a tiny bit more of the line. This one will be cut this way. We're gonna sneak up on it. Let's see. Logically, oh, I got a touch too much. Okay, so I need to take a little bit more off of this, like a blade width. Now it's probably too small. Son of a bitch, that's perfect. Nice. All right, so clamp this one up again. Get it in there. Nice and tight like. Maybe. There we go. All right. This one, we need the bevel to go this way. Yes, this way. So we'll cut that. No, son of a bitch. All right, cut to the wrong side again. I need it to be up. Fucking kids. Hey, welcome back, Jack. This compound miter thing, it was just it's complicated, man. Complicated. There. That side has to be up. The other side has to be down. All right. So we are going to mark this one right there. That is where I need to be. That one will be on that side. I need to carry that mark over. Let's go ahead. We're going to sneak up on this one because we don't have any more wiggle room. So I marked that right at the corner of the board, right, of that big board. So that's where that corner has to sit, around about there. Okay. So I just carried that line up. And it has to cut this way. Oh, man. I'm going to be short. I'm going to be short now. Fuck a duck. Well, let's find out. Yep. Now I'm too short. Now I got to switch to a different piece of wood. Oh, wait a minute. No, no. Oh, no. I'm not too short. I have plenty of space. Plenty of space. I carried that line up, not accounting for the height of the wood. So we're going to go, about there. Cut that. Move that forward just a bit, about a blade width. There we go. Sneaking. Just a nudge more. That's where things get hairy. Go right to the line. I think I'll be able to live with that. Okay, and then this one. You're going to cut to there. This one. Right. Right. A little bit left. See if we are good. Let's put one of those clamps on this one. There, guys, I'm just getting my board set up here so that I can see if I am good here or not. Nope, I need to take off a little bit more. So I'm going to sneak up on this cut because this is the last one. Ooh, need a little bit more. Just a wee bit more. I don't know where all that black walnut came out of, but I feel like it was stuck up in the top. Needed shooting board. Hey, Jack, I've been woodworking for, years now. Yeah, shooting board would be nice. One of these days I'll get around to it. I need just a fucking bit more. See, I'm so close that I'm terrified I'm going to go over. So I'm taking really small passes. Oh, we are so fucking close. You know what? Let's put this on its side. Let's see where we rate on the front. sits there, sits there, that sits there. You know what? I think that's pretty good. We're going to go with it. All right. Now, all I need to do is show you guys that I actually did this. So let me put some clamps on it. Yeah, but a shooting board would be super nice, along with doing some hand plane stuff. Would be wonderful. I need to get me a hand plane because there's so many times that you just need to take a sliver. And it's really hard to take a sliver off of a table saw. I think I grabbed the wrong set of clamps here. Yeah, there we go. Feel like I grabbed the ones that aren't for 3/4 material. I have 2 sets. One of them's for 3/4, one of them's not. I think I grabbed the ones that are not. Okay. Look, I did a thing. Let's see what it looks like. Now, the clamps aren't holding the top together, and that board's warped, bowed out. But squeezing it together, I'm okay with this. You gotta line up on the corners really good, except for that one. Oh, this is the one that's warped, not this one. Maybe that one had a slight bow to it as well. Whatever. I'm lined up. You know what? That's not terrible height. How is it weight wise? You know what? That's not really that heavy. Doesn't even weigh near as much as that mixer does. So this should be about stove height. I'd put here, and Steph is about that tall. So this seems like a great working height, right? Face high. You know what? I kind of don't want to cut this down at all. I kind of want to leave it the way it is. So then I can put in bigger handholds. I could do 2 sets, really. But I guess I should trim it a little bit at least. She needs a stool. She has a stool. Perfect. Well done. Well done. Thanks for reminding me. So the height of it doesn't matter. She can just stand on a stool. Because that puts us at 2 3/4. I mean, I could take a 1/4 inch off just to get rid of this little bit of roughness here. Make it 2 1/2. I mean, it'd be 3 1/4 from the outside, but I could make it 2 1/2 on the inside. That'd give me plenty of room for putting handles in. As long as I get them, I'd have to push them down close to the board, but maybe I'll just skim this just to get off this roughness where some of the grain tore out when they were cutting and running it through the planer. I think I'll do that. No, it was well done. It's crack-a-lackin', Mike. Crack-a-lackin'. Do they still say that? Yeah, I think I'll just run a skim cut across here to get rid of this tear out, so I don't have to sand it. But I think we're gonna leave the height. I think we're gonna do that. All right, now. These were the 3/4 ones. Jesus. Well, 3/4 about, when they say it handles up to 3/4, they are not kidding. That is, you go any further than that, like 3/4, you're pulling this key thing out of here, and like you're just barely holding on. I mean, when you're opening it up. When it's closed, it seems to be pretty well flush. We are not using these for the glue up. We will use a band clamp. Don't fall. And then one thing that I'm going to do that I'm not going to make you guys watch me do. That's why we need hand planes. Agreed. Is when I do assemble it, or once the glue is all dry from the assembly, I'm not going to have you guys watch me sand the top of it, right? But before we do assembly, I do have to sand the inside here to 220. Now, it's a really nice finish on here from the mill. So I'll probably just hit it with 220 on the inside only. I'm not going to sand the outside. We'll do that once it's assembled, and I do all my routing and all that happy horse shit. But what we will do is we will skim the inside. We'll skim cut that, and then we'll sand it real quick, and then we'll assemble it. You know, I wonder how those Harbor Freight planes, hand planes are. I've never actually looked into buying a hand plane, so I don't know. They could be significantly cheaper than I think they are. But I also hear that the new ones are garbage, and the only real good ones are the like the Stanley number 5s and stuff. And apparently they pull a premium. Because I guess they're all antique now. I don't know. I don't know anything about hand planes. I just know what I see on the internet. And we all know you can't lie on the internet. Everything on the internet is facts. Right? That's what they say. All right, we're gonna skim this edge, what's gonna be the bottom edge. We're gonna skim that. So we're gonna end up with like maybe a blade width, a little less. Is that my Amazon delivery? Hey, my hinges are here. All right. So I have this little pocket on this end of my table here, where I put the edge of the cabinet because I was going to use this pocket for like clamps or something. The output of the saw, like the sawdust is blowing out, blows right into that pocket, which then shoots all the fucking way up this way. Like, it's in the pocket. A little. I love it. All right, we are done with the table saw. Let me put that away so that I don't trip over it. And we're going to break out 220 on the insides of that. And then we're going to assemble it. Maybe. Hopefully. If things don't go catastrophically wrong. Which is always a possibility. So, here's a question for you 36 people that are in here right now. If I were to work a deal with somebody, let's use Grizzly for an example, right? Because I want to upgrade my table saw. I want to get a hybrid saw, a small cabinet saw. Like a proper woodworking saw. If I was to work a deal with a company to get something like that, would you guys think any less of me? Right now, I'm not too big on the advertisement thing, but this would be me approaching them, not them approaching me. Also, we don't want this. We want the other one. Ugh. Also, it's not just a random tool. It's something that's actually coming. Is it possible to think less of you? Well, I mean, some people might. Because I've been very vocal that I'm not too keen on like the advertisement thing, but I have a feeling that if I was to work a deal with somebody, they would probably want some form of advertising, right? I don't know how that shit works. Hey, Father Time. Oh, I assume we're talking about the Harbor Freight ones. I just missed it. Perfect. So I would have to probably do some work to it to make it usable, is what I'm hearing. Well, I don't want anybody to think that I'm not sticking to my word. Like, I don't want to become a YouTube advertiser, right? It's not ever what I want my channel to become. Just, here, go buy this pencil. Look, it writes. You should buy it. No, that's fucking stupid. What tool am I wanting? I want to upgrade my table saw. But I don't want to go to a full-size cabinet saw because I don't have the room for it. So I'm thinking something smaller, like a hybrid saw. But the whole YouTube thing does allow you certain, I don't know, leeway, I guess. Because like you can get promotion codes, discount codes. You might get something, maybe not for free, but you might get a discount on it to purchase it. But they generally want something in exchange, and I mean that just makes sense. But 100%, I'd work on a promo code. So shizzle. I just don't want. I don't want to. That's the wrong box. Now, I also have zero interest in advertisements in general. I am fond of. I use this sandpaper. I've used it on every project since the beginning of the bassinet. Actually, before that, I used it on cutting boards before I did the bassinet. I got no problem telling people like this is good sandpaper, and it's cheap, right? But I'm not going to be like, "Yep, sanded that one time. Look how smooth. Go buy it." Like that's just stupid. Yes, Pilato. That's exactly what I'm using. Right, Runic. That's exactly where I'm thinking. Any particular brands, models you're considering? I was actually looking at the Grizzly hybrid saw. I can't remember the model number offhand. Well, yes, Papa. That is fair, but I try to be transparent in what I want this channel to be and what I don't want it to be. So I just wanted to make sure that wouldn't be crossing a line to making it like all the other woodworking channels become tool advertising. But more product placement, like Runic said. That's more my style. I mean, you don't know if something's good until you use it for something, right? Like all those people testing out clamps and going, yeah, these clamps are great. These clamps are trash. They didn't do anything with them. Or this track saw. Yeah, I made this one cut on this board. You should definitely go spend $1,800 on this track saw. 100% it's the best one on the market. Really? There's two. Let's get these two done. So I guess my thing is I don't want to look like a sellout, right? I'm gonna have to look at that, Father Time. Appreciate that. Runic, yours is a little big for my shop, isn't it? No, Filato. Nothing that I can really pick out right now. Like I haven't even looked at reviews or anything about it or anything like that. I just I looked at it and I was like, the size and the functionality seems to be what I'm looking for. No, I'm looking because the one I need to upgrade my saw because it is, while it's a good saw and it does everything that I ask it to and more, it is slow and underpowered. All right, I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I just started looking, and Grizzly was the first ones that popped up with different hybrid saws. Yeah, I'm not looking like I'm not interested in sponsorships per se, like just for the sake of sponsorships. What I am interested in is things that benefit everybody, right? Like benefit me, sure. I'm all about, if I can work a deal to get, I don't know, 25% off of a saw, 20% off of a saw, great. If I can get a promo code to share with the channel, even better. Right? Without having to, it will be. Yeah. There will be a 220 when I put my panel in, as I ran 220 out here. I put my panel in, there will be a 220 outlet right over here. They have a smaller top. Yeah, free ship. Yeah, something, some sort of a, Now, to be fair, we got 1,000 some subscribers, right? It's not the odds of a company going, oh yeah, we got you, bro, are pretty slim. But doesn't hurt to ask. There's a smaller top. Interesting. Yeah, I just use them as an example, and that one Grizzly hybrid is the only one that I really looked at. It's the one that I've seen the most. Which, when you see something more you tend to subconsciously think that it's better in some fashion. But I do have to do some serious research because that is a big investment. And I don't want to be unhappy because I'm not unhappy with my saw now, and I didn't have to spend a ton of money on it. It just I would like to get into things that it is just not designed to do. Hell, I'm sure anybody who's been here while I was cutting like 2-inch thick maple, that saw bogs. But it's not designed for that. It's a construction site saw. So the fact that it does it is awesome. Swamp Fox has one for 1,100. Nice. See, I didn't even know about Swamp Fox. All right, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to screenshot. And Laguna. See, Laguna's a good brand. I know Laguna. So I figure I might as well try. Like I'm not looking to get rich off of advertising or even do paid advertising in general. But Shop Fox. Oh. Let me screenshot that one. What up, Lions? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, Pilato. That's where I'm at. Like a little more power would be nice. Precision would be better. And I'm trying to get into the builds that require more precision. So while I can do it with the tools I have, I would like it to be easier and less stressful. Plus, power. Power is a thing. You have a Laguna bandsaw. It's a nice saw. Nice. Yeah, I'm having a pretty good time. We are going to... Oh, you know what we got to do? I'm sorry. I have to sand some more. I have to sand the bottom of this to 220. I got distracted and forgot that I had to sand that. So I'm sorry. I got to do that real quick. But like I said, I don't have a problem doing things for or with people, companies. Like if they're going to not just benefit me, I guess. Like if I can get promo codes for people, that's the way to go. Or stuff that I can have shipped to people. Jessup miter. That's what I hear. Jessup miter is the best way to go. Yeah, and dado blades. Like I can put dados on that, but if I'm putting dados in if I'm putting dados in something like maple, I got to do such light cuts because it doesn't have the power. I mean, which isn't bad. I can do it. Yeah, I made my little plywood one. Now, I while we're talking about it, I can show you. So I used this for quite a bit, and you can see, well, maybe you can't. It's pretty small. There's a significant difference between the width of the entrance cut, the width of the middle, and the width of the end, the exit cut. And what particularly concerns me is that it's wallered out right here. Now, that could be me pushing on the blade, or it could be the blade vibrating, but that is thicker than that. And I'm going to go ahead and say it's probably not me, but it could be. You can see, maybe you can't. If I could get it, you'd see there's different steps in here, right? Now, could be me, could be not me. What I can tell you, though, is doing 45-degree cuts on that thing with no sled is about a 50-50 shot. Yeah. Yeah, them Harveys are nice. All right, Steph, you want me to cash app you? Steph's going to make refrigerator pickles because Bex had a ton of pickles left over, or cucumbers, rather. All right, which side do I want for the fit? You know what? This side has a little bit of sapwood, so we're going to put that as the inside, just because it's the uglier side. All right, I'm going to hit this with actually, I think we're going to go right to 220, because what do we do? 150? So we're going to skip 180 because it's softwood. We're going to go right to 220 and give her hell. See what it looks like. Nice, Lions. Nice. Yeah, Father Time. That's also true. I've used the hell out of that saw. It's probably due for a rebuild. To be perfectly honest. Yeah, Pilato, that's what I hear too. And I mean, now being on like watching YouTube videos of people, I don't know what kind of editing they're doing or you know what kind of noise cancellation they may have, but there's a distinct sound difference between like who's that, Bourbon Moth? There's a distinct sound difference between, I think he tested out one of these saws and then he compared it to his saw, his big saw. Just like a match for match deal, not comparing options that other saw had that this one doesn't, right? But just in that video, it was different. Like it sounded different. Now he might have been bogging it down. He might have been beating it up because he's used to his big saw, right? I don't know. But it was I think it was when he was switching shops to his garage. And then he decided he wasn't going to use this. And he was going to go get a different saw, or somebody gave him a saw. Sure matches my air compressor. Hey, look at that. If it matches the air compressor, that means it also matches that. Hey, look at that. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, so it's really hard to tell, like, unless somebody's got a decibel meter and they're comparing them, I don't really know because, like you said, noise cancellation and you reduce noise on your editing. So I don't maybe, but I do think that the more expensive saws are also probably a lot quieter. I mean, it would make sense. Higher quality parts. The rifle on the wall, that's my grandpa's shotgun. It's all it's disabled. Rigid orange. It's up there as a memorial piece kind of thing. Had no purpose in life other than being there. Also, that's where I shotgun beers because there's one hanging on it right now. I'm going to do some pencil marks on this. I may make 3 passes on that. I've actually got to sharpen this again. Put some light pencil marks on here just so I know that this 220 is actually taking off the 150 grit marks. Plus, it keeps me honest. The sander is so loud. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Looks like a side by side to me. Oh, the shotgun is not a side-by-side. It's a single action. Or a single shot. He said side-by-side. I thought about the four-wheeler thing. It's just some old cheap Sears. Some old cheap Sears shotgun. Has no value other than sentimental value. Although I do think my sander is louder than normal. It's probably due for either a deep cleaning or a replacement. Like I said, I have beaten some of these tools up for years. I have done minimal things to it. I bet this sander would be a lot quieter if I just blew all the dust out of the motor. Maybe shot some lithium grease in there or something. I can't read chat right at the moment, but I'm almost done here. So give me just 1 minute. And then we're going to begin assembly. Oh, I don't know why I screenshot all that stuff. I got my dry erase board hung on the door right now. I can write stuff down over there. All right. That's enough of that. Sorry, guys. I apologize. I forgot about the final sand. Now, I may go after it a little bit more tomorrow, but I won't make you guys hang out for that. Let's get everything cleaned up. Also, I made about 40 of those little note block things. I got those mailed out to people. I do have about 20 more I have to make. I do connect it to the shop vac thing on occasion. I forgot about it this time. Honestly, it's way better if I do. So much in common. Yeah, I usually don't use the pencil on the last sand. I usually only use it for the 80 grit, but so like I got a dry erase board. Tuesday I'll have some cork boards on the dry erase board, and I did this, which I think looks really cool. I'm going to do that down here on these bottom panels. Yeah, I got to order 2 more rolls of that though. But I think it makes it look a lot better without adding a ton of weight. Finish up with 1200 grit and a block of wood. I don't generally go past 220 for most things, particularly things that are going to be used, like cutting boards and blocks like this. Plus, the finish I'm putting on it says to go to 220, so I like their finish when I went to 220 on the bassinet, so I'm going to go ahead and stick with it. But I did say it earlier, there are times where you definitely want to go higher. Just for this stuff, I generally don't. The rigid sander over the new Bosch. I hear that the new Bosch, or the Bosch, is a lot like the how is the other one? The Festool. It's a lot like the Festool without the whatever that option is, where it's not random orbital. It's just back and forth. Whatever they call it. But what we're going to do now, we are going to attempt to assemble this. So I'm going to go stand over there and try to build this. No. Oh, I lost that video too. Fuck. Oh, I forgot about that. Damn it. That was so much time in chopping out the stupid. Oh. Well, so I'll have to redo that too. I added a hard drive to my computer and I formatted the wrong one. I formatted the one that I have all my YouTube stuff on. So I lost most everything that I was working on. Like the video that I had that I was supposed to have out this week, the 1, 2, 3 video, lost that. So I got to refilm it. But refilming that's a blessing because I, oh my goodness, it was so stupid. It was such a poor video. So before I realized that I formatted the wrong drive, which I mean, I guess if I had caught it right away, I probably would have been able to save most of it. But I I had already started transferring stuff onto it. And then I went to transfer the YouTube stuff, and what I found was the stuff that was on the other hard drive that was supposed to be gone, and it wasn't. Saw a demo for the Festool. He couldn't pay enough, right? So fucking expensive. I mean, I guess they're great tools and all, and if you can afford them, you know, more power to you. But I am not that person. Like, I can't even justify a domino, right? And people say they're great. They make everything so much faster. And, you know, I believe it, but I don't do anything that requires floating tenons often enough for me to go, yeah, that was worth it. That shit's like $1,200 fucking dollars. Like, I can't. There's no way. No way I could justify that. All right, so what are we going to do? I need something to set this stuff on. All right, first I need, where's my band clamp thing? There we go. Need that. We'll set that over here. I need this. We'll set that over there. I need paper towels and glue are over there. What else do I need over here? Oh, something to set this up on to keep it up off the table. Well, I have a bunch of these here little cutoffs, and I bet hold that thing up just fine. So if I put that there, and that there, and that there, and that there, I bet I can, no, not that one. I bet I can keep that right up off of the table. Oh, 30 minutes tasted fine. Right, Runic? That's, man. Like, I'd love to be able to have like that kind of stuff one day. But I would have to up my throughput something fierce to be able to justify it. Like, I'd have to be, man. I don't know. I'd have to be doing a lot to justify it. All right. So this is the bottom. Well, got my plastic down. I really do got to put the cherry strips on this before I end up chewing this tabletop up. What's that? There's a tiny little bit of stuff in here. I want to just run this down and clean that out. Like I said, I'm sure all those expensive tools are, save you so much time, but or are worth it in other ways. But you know what else is worth it? Fucking eating dinner. I also enjoy eating food. All right. I think I was the only one that had a little bit in there that needed to be trimmed up. Just like a tiny little strip of schmutz in here. That was annoying. Yeah. I'd have to be productive. I'd have to be very productive. Fucking hell. I'm way more productive when I'm not on camera, okay? Way more productive. I've tried working lives where I just turn the camera on and then try to ignore chat for the most part and just work. And it didn't work out so well. Still a few months of fasting, right? Well, we don't get to eat this week or this month because I bought this tool that I totally used once. And not for anything I needed to use it for. Just used it because I had it. I wanted to feel validated. Okay. What I'm going to do is like preset this damn thing. Because this is such a pain in the ass to set up. Make it a little bigger than it needs to be. A little bigger than that. All right. That's probably much bigger than it needs to be, but at least I won't have to fumble with it too much. Got the corner set. Let's set this over here so I don't get glue all over it. All right. You know what? I bet I could just do that. At least, like two of them. And that keeps me off the table so any glue can drip down onto this plastic. Grab another one. I think I figured this out. Probably not, but it's going to turn around to bite me in the ass. 100% sure, but Trying to think of ways I can not freak out because I'm trying to put 4 glued things on at a time. And I'm not using any mechanical fasteners. This will hold 2 of them at least. The end 2. Let's turn this fan off. I don't need any help getting the glue to dry. See what chat has to say. Tell me I'm fucking it up already. Think positive. Also, those do sit on there really nicely. But I think I'm going to have to put clamps this way, like vertically, because this board is, well, something is not straight here, right? But this one sits fine. So this board's probably warped over here. So I'll put some clamps on it to pull it down. That'll be fine. I'm just making sure everything fits before I go ham. And start crying. Also, I never did cut out my handle holes. But maybe I should do that before I glue it up, huh? So then I can just do both of them at the same time. That's probably a smarter idea, isn't it? Why didn't anybody tell me that I needed to have my handle holes in here? I completely forgot about them. I don't have to route them out, but I do have to have them in here. So let's do that real fast. Sorry, guys. I'm completely out of it today. Apparently, I just wanted such a rush to get this thing assembled, and I completely forgot about everything that's important before assembly. All right, put that right there. We're gonna have the drill press sitting right here. Clean this off. I don't need that. I do need these. It's the cheese jail. Yeah, well, the cheese jail almost had no windows. Oh, will you support the other two at the same time? Is that what you're trying to do? I don't know. I don't know. I need to drill handle holes through here. So to do that, we are going to clamp these together with some of those blocks of wood that I just threw on the floor. Oh wait, I have plywood strips. Maybe I don't. Maybe I used them all. Bummer. Whatever. I've got these. So we're going to clamp those. We're going to pull out. We're going to pull out the drill press. We're going to punch 2 holes in them with a Forstner bit. Okay. And then I clamp this side with 2 more pieces of wood. Why do I not have any random pieces of wood? Oh. Here's my little plywood pieces. Found them. I thought these would be brilliant for, well, this. And I put them over there where they would be useful and forgot where I put them. Cheese needs windows. Yeah. All right, there. That's clamped together. And I can still measure to the center because I put them right at the peak of the curve, right? The angle. So I need to measure. It is 20 inches, so 10. Center. Two 2 3/4. Yeah. So 1 3/8. Okay, right there is center. All right. Stay. Where is my metal? There we go. I like 4-inch wide handle. Probably a little bit bigger, but we're going to go here. Oh, up here. I'm going to go here. Here. I'm marking out where I'm going to put my Forstner bit. Right there. And right there. Grab my Forstner bit, and it's not in there, so that's exactly it, Pilato. Place for everything in its place where you don't know where it is. Like I just put my track saw down on the bottom of my work table, and it has been sitting on top of my toolbox over here for months. I will not know where it's at. It's the only tool down there. I won't find it. Also, I need to hang my flags back up. I might have to think of a different way to hang them. Excuse me. All right. So that's clamped and marked. I have bits somewhere in a case. Where would that case have gotten to? Found it. We also need to get the saw out, or the drill press out. 1 inch isn't big enough. 1 3/8. It could be big enough. Oh, 1 3/8 it is, because that is all the bigger we are going. I do have 1.5 inches, but I don't want to. I don't want to do it. So let me get my drill press real quick. Yeah. Bless America. Okay. Got that. After this, then I have to run the palm router around it through the roundover for, well, I got to run the jigsaw. And then I got to do the roundover on the handles, and then we can assemble. You know, I've seen those. I might actually get a set of them because that's a convenient place to put them. Except for I have a habit of leaning my sheet goods against my garage wall door. Then resand. Yeah, probably. But only on the inside, and it shouldn't be very much. Hopefully. Oh. Marked on the wrong side. I gotta do this way. All right, gotta move the table up a bit. Oh, man, I don't know who tightened that, but they did a good job. Where's my light switch? Gotta have the light. Must have all of the light. Right there. Oh. Dumbass. Change the belt speed. I was doing something. I needed faster belt speed. Well, this thing is not fond of this maple. Well, she went through. She's not happy about it. Good Lord. In reverse? No, it doesn't go in reverse. See you later, Papas. Have a good one. Or just build one, yeah. All right, Runic. Have a good one, buddy. Thanks for coming in, man. I don't even think this thing has a reverse. But I think what I should do is drop it down because of this maple. I'll drop it down to its lowest speed. That'll be 750 RPMs. Should have significantly more torque. Well, as much torque as this little thing can handle, anyway. There we go. There's the start of your handholds. Oh, okay, Papas. Sorry. All right, now all I need to do is connect the circles, route them out. Which now I do need to route them out before I put it together because I can't get the router in there otherwise. So that fucker is screaming hot. We're gonna leave that alone. Just set this over here on the floor for now, so it's out of the way. Once I got to the pine, didn't give a shit about that. It was just that maple. It was not having a good time with that. All right. So we are going to run the jigsaw on this. We're going to mark both sides because if I get the jigsaw all cattywampus, the blade all cattywampus, I want to see it. Put that back together. We are going to clamp this to. Didn't I just have a piece of wood? Huh. Oh, there it is. We are going to put this down. Clamp that there. With that. That way it should stabilize that and not get black schmutz all over it that I have to then sand off. Okay. That should work. That's probably broken. It'll be fine though. We're going to switch blades. Think. Yeah. Do I not have this thing open? It's taped shut. Switch to that blade. So it's a new blade and a clean cut blade. and it's longer. Oh, sorry, guys. Awesome, Pilato. Have a good one. Hard maple? Yeah. Thanks, Pilato. I appreciate you, buddy. I'm just cutting out a chunk out of the middle so I can work without losing my clamp down here. Oh, you know what? I could turn this around. Probably don't need this clamp here, but I want to make sure that my pieces don't misalign and then my holes are off or my handles are off. Oh. I don't seem to be getting it all cattywampus. Maybe a little bit on that side, but I'll deal with that. Yeah. Handle holes. And they seem to be fairly straight. Fairly straight. Not terrible. Terrible. Pretty close to my line. But since I was cutting there, pretty far from the line. But with jigsaws, if you push on them, you will deflect the blade side to side. I wanted to make sure that I didn't deflect it up here, because that would have ruined the whole thing. But that I can work with. Much more gooder. Much more gooder. CNC router. Yeah, a router would be helpful. Hey, what's up, Eco? How you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate you. All right, so we are done with the clamping. Now I just well, we're done having them clamped together. Anyway, we are going to run the palm router through them, and I'll do all the hand sanding and stuff later. We're not going to do that right now. And then we're going to run the sander across this space here real quick on each of them, the inside face, and then we're done with that. So what we are going to do is move to this side of the table. And we are going to clamp this little bastard down, move you guys so you can see that side of the table. 111 likes, hell yeah. The cheese will like their windows. I hope so. Very nice, Scotty. Thank you. I appreciate that. We will have this thing glued up tonight before I go to bed, damn it. Or go inside. All right. I need my round over bit, which I think is already in here. Oh, there's my other battery. I left it on here. And I believe it's already set. I think I did a round over before. No, it's set too deep. Okay. Hold this up. We will go right there. I was looking for this battery on here. I was wondering where I left it. Found it. Yeah, you're not touching nothing. Let's go a touch deeper. That's more gooder. And then I'll soften that edge with the hand sanding. All right, I have to do the outside, and then I got to do the other two, or the other one. Don't want to fuck that edge up. Put those on there. And we have to sand a little bit. I apologize. I got all excited for putting it together. Ignored all the sanding requirement, or all the assembly requirements, functionality requirements, however you want to look at it. And I like, so, all right, here, I'm going to show you this. I probably should have said this before when I was showing them to you. So you've got this little like drop down here because I didn't come all the way up to the top of the circles. I like that. It feels like once you sand it, you get rid of that little nub there. It feels like there's more there. Well, you'll be holding it this way, but feels like there's more there, right? Gives you something to hold on to. So is it a serving tray? Well, it will be. You'll be able to flip it over and use it as a tray, or have it upright with the top here and use it to do flouring stuff. You know, like mixing dough and things like that. But they they love cheese. Apparently, cheese is addictive, like legitimately addictive. So I'm wondering, there should be an intervention of sorts. Now, hindsight, I probably should have put that a little taller or a little closer to the top. But I didn't want to run into the rabbit here. I should have put it up a little bit more so that there was more material down here. So when you're carrying it this way, you don't break it, but it is maple and the grain runs that way. So I doubt you're going to break it. Cheese doesn't weigh that much. I doubt even the Stex can accumulate enough cheese to break this. I could be very wrong, but I'm going to hope. Also, we're going to put the clamps upright. All right. Last one. Adam Stack did come out with a CNC machine, just a small one that I'm really considering getting. Well, it's a little bigger than a small one, but it's still not a giant one. There we go. 2 of them done. Now I'll run 220 across that real quick, and we'll assemble. In fact, I'm not even going to break out that little sanding pad. I'm just going to hold this and sand it with the 220. And all we're doing there is just to make sure we got rid of any drag marks from the router. That's it. Because I'll be going inside of these handles by hand later. There's your cheesy jail windows. All right, we'll probably move you guys. You just want to eat your cheese? I mean, throw some Swiss and some pepper jack on there. I'll be here for it. Or some smoked Gouda. Okay. All right, still fit. All right, I guess there's nothing to it but to do it. Let's get some glue going, I guess. Where's my little brush? I feel like the little brush will come in handy. Is that Steph? Is she back? Yell at me about cheese? Hey, Jughead. Doing good, buddy. How are you? Is Turner live? Oh, of course Turner's live. Tell him I said hi. Running a touch behind here. But we're finally on to the finish. Want to avoid any squeeze out on the inside if I can. I also want a real strong glue joint because I don't want to put any mechanical fasteners in here unless I absolutely have to. I'm going to have squeeze out on the inside. That's fine. I'll come through and chisel it out. Squeeze out on the face is easy to deal with because it's not in a corner. You just have to sand. Which is fine because it needs sanded on the outside anyway. And we got to butter up this end. Now, typically, I would glue up the end grain to end grain and let it absorb for a minute. But since I'm going to be clamping it and then putting on miter splines in it, I'm just going to slather that up like that. Slap this bad boy on there. Hope that it doesn't dry before I get my stuff on. Sorry, guys. I didn't realize I wasn't on camera. But you don't need to watch me. You're more interested in the project. Oops. Driven on the floor. Had too much. And then we will be softening the corners. So it's not hard, sharp corners. Oh, God damn it. I did the wrong. Now, we're not doing miter splines until this is dry and I can run my saw across the corners. Hurry up and get this one on so I can get my clamp on before the glue starts to set. Because, sorry guys, I'm going to be right in your way. Do this. Boom. How's that? I can look at my gut. What I should have done was put strips of tape on the inside to avoid having to squeeze out. But I didn't do that because I don't like to do anything the easy way. I like to do everything the most complicated fucking way possible. I think biting. Oh my goodness. Okay. 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 All right. Let's get that corner clamp on. Band clamp, whatever the hell you want to call it. Ow! Fuck. Okay. We're going to do some of that there. Okay. Squeeze out, squeeze out, squeeze out. All right, now I got to put some clamps on it to hold the board to those so it sits flat. So what we're going to do is this. We're going to do this. Good pressure, but not too much. Okay. That one is sunk in a little bit, but I think it'll be okay. We're going to do the same over here. This is holding the platter height to the rails. We're not going to squeeze in the center here, but I do want to put some on the long sides. Okay. Looks like I will have to put 3 on the long sides because I have no squeeze out right here. And if I'm going to have squeeze out, I might as well have it everywhere. There it is. 3 more clamps for the other side. Clamp the ever-living piss out of it, but won't have to worry about it coming apart. Sure. Squeeze out. And squeeze out. Okay. There. Clamped the fuck out of it. But she's on. I really do kind of want to put something in here to clamp that, but I don't want to take the chance of damaging the inside. The only other way I could clamp it is if I put clamps the other way. And then I'm going to have glue from the squeeze out running, and I don't want that. So I'll do that. Not sure this is going to do anything, but oh, I did get a little squeeze out. Perfect. Hmm. 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 Eh. Love a Pete. Get in there. Hey, look, squeeze out. Good. Oh, I've got a lot of squeeze out on the inside to clean up, but you know what? I'm okay with it. It's not running across. It's just on the corner. The stuff that is running, or the stuff that is dripping, rather, is on the bottom. And my table's still covered, so I'm good. All right. That's that. She's clamped. I'm done working for the night. We're going to hang out, have a drink, and call her a night. What do you guys think? Also, I use a lot of clamps for everything I do. Everything I do, I clamp the bejesus out of it. Anybody else notice that? I just clamp the snot out of everything. I have a beverage. Look, it's right here. And it's all wet and frothy. That should hold. I hope so. Thanks, Father Time. I appreciate that, buddy. Kind of obsessed with clamps. Yeah. I won't wait till Tuesday to do it live and do all the sanding and all that happy crap. Good night, Papas. Have a good one, buddy. It was on sale. And as always, measure per square. I mean, yeah, I probably should have done that. Hey, Devil Dog, how you doing, buddy? Just got into woodworking? Hell yeah. Cheers, buddy. Well, in this community, there is a ton of information. If you're into wood turning, you got a bunch of options. Oh, so many options. I couldn't even begin to name them all. Like Runic Workshop does like pens and stuff. He does little stuff. My Honey's Handmade does big stuff and little stuff. There's so many. But this community is super helpful. So, and very knowledgeable. So, feel free to poke around. Come into the live streams on occasion, and you'll start to see some of the other craftsmen in here. Yes, you can use a straw. Yep. I will generally just leave it alone until it begins to set up good. Because then when I scrape it, I'm not smearing it anywhere. The smear is the problem. Because once the glue gets into the pores, then your finish will not get into the pores. But yes, the straw trick, very helpful. So, you guys like, what do you think of my door so far? Looking pretty sweet. I wrote welcome on that one. Right there. And then I wrote it backwards, all goofy like. But it looks like you can read the backwards one. That one was written normal. Yeah, Q-tips are definitely a good thing too. Yep. I took a bunch of screenshots of saw brands and stuff to look at. I should have wrote them on my board. Either that one or the other one. And then here, oh, a little dust on there. On this spot here, there'll be a couple of cork boards that I'm going to put up, but I won't have those till Tuesday. And then I'm going to do that down here and here and here and here. Is your first major show? Congratulations. How'd you do? I haven't done a show in a very long time. Actually, I think the last show I did one last year. But it was storming. Nobody really went to the show. Which I get. I wouldn't have gone there either. Yeah. Yeah, how'd you do, dog? Come on, don't keep us in suspense. You got to tell us how well you did or how poorly you did. Sometimes people do poorly. And sometimes other members of the chat can help out with different tips. Did really well. Awesome. What kind of stuff do you do? Are you just cutting boards or little like knick-knack kind of stuff? Or are you a turner? Did a show last weekend and lost money? I bet. I've done that a few times. I have learned to not take big stuff to most shows. Most people want things that they can put in their bag. They don't want to carry around a 40-pound cutting board or one of these. Nice, Double Dog. Nice. Those are always good sellers. I see a lot of people putting them up around here. If you do carving, you could check out. We got a bunch of them, but Amy Jo, I think it's 144. She carved and painted that for me. The eagle up there might be a little something that you can kind of tweak towards your setting if you're a carver. But Amy Jo does all kinds of stuff. There's a lot of them, really. There's a lot of people that do really nice carvings. I just don't remember all their names. Yes, she is. I don't think. I mean, there's people that do this stuff that they're not talented at all. But I think in this maker community that we got going on here, I don't think anybody is not talented. I think everybody in this group is really good at what they do and has a ton of potential. Had a brain surgery, do something to challenge your brain. Well, hell yeah. Congratulations for making it through, bud. I mean, I'm sorry about the job, but I mean, in the grand scheme of things, fuck that job. Congratulations for making it through, man. That's awesome. And welcome to one of the most expensive hobbies, depending on which route you go, can be one of the most expensive hobbies you'll ever have. Thanks, Devil Dog. I appreciate that. If you're one of those people that wants the most expensive because price equates value and quality, this field will definitely take every dime you have for a while. Especially if you look at that green and black stuff. There's always something to buy. I should have checked that thing for square because I feel like it's out of square now. There's nothing I can do about it now. But I can at least get peace of mind. See how poorly I did. Oh, son of a bitch. No fucking way. No fucking way. That is within. That is within a 16th of an inch measuring this bottom side corners. I'm good with that. Now, I don't know about the other side. Logically, the other side should be. That's not perfect, but definitely surprised me. So I measured it from on this side, right? So the other side logically should be, it should be held tight against this board, which we made square. Member of a wood shop that gives free membership to veterans. Have all that experience, tools, toys. Oh, nice. We were just talking about those like rent-a-shop places. Nobody seems to have one anywhere near them. Well, it's nice to know that they do actually exist. Now, not perfect, but damn close. A lot better than I thought it would be. I thought it would have been very out. But close enough. Expensive. Oh, yeah. Close enough for government work. Close enough for step stove. Her house isn't level anyway. So why not make an unsquare tray? Steph, you're gonna have to use that step stool when you use this. So this is the only option you have. So I'll rip it all apart later. Well, tomorrow probably. And I will I'll sand everything. I'll route this bottom edge, give it a round over. I'll round over the corners and flip it and sand the whole top side and the outside. And it'll be good to go. Put some stuff on. Oh, you guys want to see what I just got today? So y'all know I'm a big fan of Gill Boys, right? Ever since the bassinet. So I got me this little kit. How long have I been into woodworking? Oh, probably pushing 10 or 12 years now. How long have I been doing it as a business? A little over a year. So I got their little wax kit, right? Which comes with applicator pads or towel, steel wool for buffing, right? Sunflower seeds. And little 3 different colors of waxes. You got pure gold, rose gold, and antique gold. for beeswax. And so pure gold, this one, is for ash, beech, maple, light oak, and pine. Rose gold is for rosewood, light mahogany, cherry, and honey oak. Then the antique is for oak, mahogany, walnut, elm. So I'm thinking that I'm going to use this on this. Now, obviously, I'm going to put the hard wax oil on it first, but I think I'm going to give it a shine with this. Not on the actual food prep surface, not on the top side, but on the bottom side here and the outsides. And it has UV protection, which I'm not a big fan of with cherry, because UV is what makes it darken over time, give it that rich color. But see that tray full of cucumbers ready to make pickles? You know what, Father Time? I can see that tray full of jars of pickles. I can. Devil Dog, I've only really, back to your question, I only really got serious about woodworking probably in the last 5 or 6 years. Before that, I would just putz around. Homemade. There's this lady on Instagram that she does like quick little homemade things, like how to make this instead of buying it. And she calls it homemade. And in her little intro, this is homemade. I'm your hoe. It's hilarious. So I have texted that name so often now that autocorrect will correct homemade to homemade, which is hilarious. Right, Devil Dog? Listen, the moment you stop learning new things is the moment you're not pushing yourself. I'm a firm believer in that, especially in the woodworking field. Like, I've been doing it a long time, and I don't know anything. Like, I'm constantly surprised or learning new things. People on YouTube are helpful. They're very helpful. People in chat, very helpful. Like Father Time there. Excuse me. I tend to overcomplicate things. And since I've started doing builds on live stream and paying attention to chat, I have been getting reminded that not everything has to be complicated. And sometimes I'll get stuck in an idea. I'll be like, this is the only way that I can do this, is if I do it the most difficult way possible. And my brain will just get locked into that. And somebody in chat will be like, bruh, if you do it this way, you can save yourself a lot of aggravation. Yeah, that Devil Dog Prepper channel. That's your channel, bud. I'm going to, I tend to go back through my live stream chats once they upload. I go back through and I check out different channels. So I'm going to definitely check yours out. Post on it, man. People love seeing, especially beginners. People love beginners. Right, Steph? Who knew you could make bread? Also, who knew there was a difference between breads? It was about preparedness, not woodworking. Meh. Make a woodworking channel. Make 2 channels. Also, ain't nothing wrong with preparedness. Drunker than my pervy uncle. What's up, random? Hey, 3 months, buddy. Cheers. Listen, just don't do your woodworking channel like me. Like, I don't know anything about YouTube. And I know nothing about editing. So I've been leaning on the lives real hard, but now I'm trying. So you've got a channel already, so you at least know the basics, I would hope. But when you do make a woodworking channel, if you do, come in here, let us know. I bet we can get you a ton of subs real fast. Cheap absinthe. It's a secret ingredient, a little bit of anxiety. Your shop's a lot better than mine? Okay. Cool. Glad to hear it. You know what my shop does? Makes money. What's your shop do? Also, my shop fits me. So, yeah, right, random? I want to see it. You can't do anything? If you can't do anything, then is your shop really... Does it really matter what's in your shop? Yeah. I got Grandpa's shotgun up there on the wall, so... Trump that. Also, did you guys know that things in the background of your videos are technically tax write-offs? I did not. So, I think what I'm going to do is start hanging things on the wall. Be a woodworking influencer so you don't have to do anything. I mean, yep, that's pretty much it. The best way to clean it after use: soap and water. Don't submerge it. Don't put it in a dishwasher. Just wash it and dry it, and then sit it out to dry, and then reapply a finish to it. That's all I've ever done. I don't have any tins out here, but I make a beeswax and mineral oil mix for board butter that I give with every one of my cutting boards. I do. Every time you wash it, I put board butter on it. Do you do anything to maintain a constant humidity in your shop? Not yet, but it needs to happen. Humidity is a thing. Yep, that's all you do. Yep, just make some. I put them in little tins. I do have one of my old tins out here. I'm gonna knock that fucking thing right off that work table. I get little tins like this. Oh, I'm stuck. There we go. I get little tins like they're just 3-ounce tins. I get them on Amazon. Box of 20 of them is like, I don't know, $12. And I just fill that up. It's got a... Oh, by the way, random, how did that tin get to you? Was it leaking? And then you got that like styrofoam thing in there. It gets all all bubbly and gross. But there's my board butter. Yes, random, you did show me your board buttered. Was it a buffet or a cabinet you did? I can't remember which pictures you sent me. But no leak whatsoever. It was still solid. Awesome. Awesome. But I'm glad to hear it. So I'm gonna get some of that thin tape then, and I'm gonna start using that instead of like I think I use regular packing tape on yours. There you go, Double Dog. Um, I take it you were a Marine by the name. I don't have any crayons in here, but cheers. Um, I can't remember my mix offhand. I have it written down, but I will do two different mixes. One mix I do here. Crayons, I'm out. I don't know why that Double Dog just clicked. And then after you said you were a vet, um, online auction for $33. Hell yeah. There you go. um, yeah, I have my my mixes written down, but I do two of them. I do one that's mineral oil heavy for the first one that I put on, and then the ones that I send out to people are they're a little heavier on the beeswax, a little less mineral oil. You do 4-to-1. I think it's I think I'm closer to the 3-to-1. Yeah, I'd have to look. I did a lot of I'm not exactly 3-to-1. I'm a percentage. I can't remember. I did a lot of testing. So I went to the one that I found that gave me the best wax protection while still nourishing the wood. That's the one that I send out for everybody to like reapply and stuff. And apparently it works as uh, beard wax as well, which is awesome. Yeah, I think I'm more like I think I'm like three three cups of beeswax pellets to every no, maybe it's the other way around. Oh man, I can't remember. Hey, Colby. Yeah, if you're gonna wash it, which I recommend you do at least once a week, um, I would reapply the board butter every time you wash it. After it dries, you got to let it dry. Um, I would reapply the board butter every time. But if you're doing like little stuff where you're just wiping it off, and you're not actually washing, like, all right, so if you're cutting stuff that's not real juicy, right? Like tomatoes, you want to get that acidic stuff off of there as quick as you can. Um, Meat, people cut meat on their cutting boards. But if you're dicing up things like, I don't know, carrots, celery, things like that, just wiping it off will be fine. And then you don't have to reapply. But anytime you wash it, you have to reapply. You probably don't have to, but I would highly recommend you do. Or, so you know what your board looks like when it's got board butter on it, right? So, it's like this, but shiny, right? Smooth. It's got a nice film on it. Feels good. When it starts looking like dry wood, get some board butter on it. If you have like um, black walnut or purple heart or any of the exotic woods and the color starts to look a little dull, that's usually a good sign that it's drying and you don't have any protection. So get some board butter on it. Usually brings it right back. Yeah, it also does make the grain pop. Yep, bleach does kill bugs. Yes, it does. I have a cutting board that I made years and years ago now. Um, and the only thing I do on that board is I cut meat. And that board I will bleach after every time I cut meat. Um, I just do a bleach water mixture. Get it on a rag, get it nice and wet. But it's just a solid oak board. It's not anything like fancy. I don't know what a bleach mixture would do to like Purple Heart, but I assume that it would start to fade the wood over time. But got cussed out for doing nothing wrong. Damn, Colby. Screw that lady. She drives a Suburban. Who drives a Suburban? Fucking hell. Yeah, if you're just using your board to do like dry cutting, cutting bread or whatever, you're just wiping it off. You'd probably go a week or so without. Oh yeah, well, I know dish soap will strip the oil out. That's why you have to reapply. But don't ever soak the board. Never soak it. And don't ever dump pure bleach on it. But the diluted bleach mix, like y'all remember when we had the mask thing, right? And so they were having like you couldn't get sanitizer, so you'd mix a uh bleach and water mixture, and that was your sanitizer, whatever. Just do that. You're just there's just enough bleach to kill the things that you don't want, but you don't want to just wash it straight bleach. Yeah, definitely no dishwasher, none at all. Bro, your absinthe is different than my absinthe. All right. They don't let us have real absinthe. I actually made I gotta see if I can find them. I think they're in the house. I made a couple of test boards. Well, it was really just one cutting board and I cut it into like four pieces, I think. Um and I was going to oil one and not use it, put it in the dishwasher, have one dry, put it in the dishwasher, and have one that was oiled a while ago and was dried out and put it in the dishwasher just to see what happened to them. But I really don't want to kill my dishwasher. Exactly, Father Time. You got American stuff? All right. Makes it with squeezed lime juice. All right, I'll give it a shot. Next time I stop at the distributor or the liquor store, I'll pick up a bottle. With honey and spices. Ooh, I do like me some whiskey. Like, you don't get to have a beard and not like whiskey. It's just, you have to. You have to. Once the beard grows in, the whiskey taste elevates. Hey, David. How you doing? Thanks for popping in. Along with rum. Yeah. The rum might have you walking funny with your one peg leg, but it's acceptable. Well, it does sound pretty good. So, what's up, Sergeant Grass? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, it does sound like a good whiskey. Picked on rum. Of course it would go there. Should have known better. Email me a pic. It's probably available in the States. Hell yeah. If it's one I either don't have or haven't tried yet, I'll definitely get it. It's after 9. It's going to go there. Yeah, I know, Bex. I know. I should have known. 2 shots and your legs get soft. Oh, well. That sounds familiar. Sounds familiar. I wonder if I have it. Just whiskey in general, Grass. What am I drinking? Just Busch Light. Watching my girlish figure. Front label's a whale. No, it's not something I have then. I had I had a glass of whiskey earlier when I was on the phone. That was an exhausting conversation. Hey, putting whiskey in coffee, ain't nothing wrong with coffee flavored whiskey. Or whiskey flavored coffee, I guess. Or rum. Sorry. Dark chocolate rum. That does sound interesting. I can promise I haven't had any dark chocolate rum. Not that I know of. I have, what is that white bottle? Fuck. It's a square white bottle. It's a cream. Fuck, I can't remember the name of it. I'll look it up, random. Morbleu. Look at it. I got this board over here. Boy, I can see dust is going to be a thing. Oh, you said EU. You say EU? Di Serono, yeah. Yeah, Di Serono. I love mixing that stuff with stanky cutting board. What's up, bud? EU. I love mixing my Di Serono with coffee on the weekends. Oh, fucking Christ. I can't spell blue wrong. There. I wrote it on my whiteboard. Now I can look it up. Sit. Right there. Add an egg white for texture. Yeah, I like me some Di Serono in my coffee. Honestly, more than I like Irish cream in my coffee. Only 35 subs for me? Hell yeah, Colby. Get it, bro. You'll pass me. I don't put out enough videos to build a consistent subscriber base, which I'm trying to work on. Man, that really irritates me, though, about the bassinet video. Fuck. I forgot about all that. My shop's better than yours. Hey, Tom. How you doing? So why is that way up there? Nice. Got a bunch of likes going on. I don't remember what our highest likes were, but 126 has got to be up there. Although I did see there was like 180 some people in here earlier today. I wonder if somebody got a screenshot of that for me. Well, I'll see what the top count was after I end the live. I have no idea who either one of those people are. Is it that time of the night? Also, what's going on with this? What's happening over here? Why is this just sticking out all goofy like? Nice, Colby. Nice. All right, random. Appreciate that. Oh, can you guys get American whiskey yet? I mean, let's be honest. Tennessee whiskey is where it's at. What, two people? I have no idea who they were or what it was. Got no idea. You can? Good. Good. Ain't nothing wrong with some American whiskey. You order Tito's online? You know, I've got some Tito's in the house and I've still never tried it. When you're not broken, yeah. I don't know, Devil Dog. That's what I was wondering. Half the liquor store is empty because all the good stuff comes from America. Got Buffalo Trace. That's pretty good. What's up, Tommy? I feel like this is Colby rolling through his accounts. Apparently need to do some trimming or something. This all looks good. It's the way the light is. I can see it bothering me. Oh, it's not Colby. Oh, wow. Better get permission. Yeah, I don't want Steph to yell at me. How's the noodle board going? We're clamped up. We're glued up. You know, gin is one of the things I've never really gotten into. Like I've tried a lot of different gins, and I haven't found one that I like. What's he trying to do without permission? Thanks, Jack. I appreciate that. What's your temperature? Oh, I don't know. What's this say? 60. With some board butter on your beard? I mean, I probably should. I have I have beard oils and beard waxes in the house. Get that t-shirt? Not this one. This one has some flaws on the sleeve here. But I can order one. If the color's still available. I don't know. I rather like this color. But it does kind of match my rigid stuff. I mean, it is super close. Super close. That's my only one. Can't give you a worn shirt. That's just weird. Unless you're gonna pay me extra, I'll go out and do some. I'll go out and do some construction work or do some yard work. Get all sweaty, split some wood, put it in a Ziploc bag. Construction orange. Now it's not very bright. It's a dull one. You know, like worn out construction. Or a dark green. Blue does bring out the color of my eyes, right? Shit brown. Yeah, Steph. I noticed that the other day. I got out of the truck and I was like, oh, they weren't kidding. I got to bring over the log splitter. I'd be damned if I'm swinging an axe through all that shit. Love the koozies, by the way. Hell yeah. I'm glad you like them, buddy. I have not ordered more, and I really should have because I told somebody I would send them a couple, and I only have one. Well, I guess technically I have two. I have that orange one over there, and I could send. Lifesavers on the boat. Nice. Put down a lot of concrete. Nice. Fish and get drunk. You know, they work on pools too. The magnets will stick to the, like if you got the ones that have the metal rails, magnets will stick to the rails. Bex and Steph figured that out. Holy shit, this is a long live tonight. Probably wouldn't have been this long if I wouldn't have kept forgetting to do stuff before I glued that up. Any other projects lined up? Yes. As soon as the lumber order is done, we'll be doing some rocking chairs and on camera, and then we'll be doing some like shop furniture. I got to make a miter saw stand. I got to build a cabinet and bench system over here. I got to build a flip cart. And I think I'll pretty much take care of the shop. Maybe a couple of wall cabinets. But for build projects, for like live stream build projects, the next set is going to be rocking chair. After that, I'm not sure. I started this thing where I flip through. I get a lot of woodworking magazines. So I flip through at the different plans they have. And my mic's dying. Oh, Lord, Jesus. I flipped through the different plans they have in there, and I kind of pick one, or I put it up to the members to pick one, and that's the one we'll build. There is there's a couple of things that I'd like to build. The pull bar table, bar stools that are square, kitchen yeah, fuck. Spice rack? Really? I'm sure you can keep going. You know what's disappointing? A big ass cage for Colby. Got a favorite project? My favorite project that I've built on YouTube so far was the bassinet. So I do want to build. I mean, I do have a gaming table, but I don't really count that as a project because they can't decide on what we're doing and when we're doing it. Um, I do have a grandfather clock build, but I have to wait till I get the clock mechanism to do that. That'll be a super fun build. That's going to take a lot of time. That one will not be just 3 days a week. That one's going to be every day, like after the day job. I'll be in the shop working. Not because it's overly complicated. Um, like there's a lot of detail, and I want it to be perfect. So, like flawless. So it's going to take time. But that I think I haven't talked to the guy who's making the mechanism in a while. We haven't had a video chat. But last I heard, I think we were next in line to get him to make the mechanism. So that'll be a great time. Or a very exhausting time, and I'll be super mad about it. Either way, it'll be a project. I've seen that stuff. Seen that text. Let's see. So I do want to build at some point. Um, I would like to build one of those old like desks that have like the roll top desk, but has like the kind of like the all the little cupboards and stuff behind it. Um, but I want to build one that's got like a bunch of secret compartments. So I want to build one for me, but I've also got a buddy who says if I build one, he'll buy it from me. So I need to do a beer run. Slacker. No, you're not wrong. If you have one of these, you only have to do a beer run like every other week. I'm generally on beer during the warmer weather and whiskey and stuff when it's colder. Unless I'm in the shop working and then I'm drinking beer because it doesn't count as booze. If you get drunk on beer, you're sad. Haven't bought any in the past 2 months. Nice. Um, there is what is that cabinet? There's a name for it. The cabinet, it's a whole bunch of little slats, like glued to I don't know canvas or something. And they'll do it on like kind of an oval table, and you'll slide the door around, and then when you pull it back, it's got like an image on it. I'd like to do one of those. We were supposed to do a challenge with somebody, a couple of woodworkers. We were going to do a challenge, but I don't know whatever happened to that, and I can't remember who the woodworkers were. Haven't bought any in the past 2 months. Good Lord. Hey, now what? A few more 36 packs at a time. That's how I do it, Tom. That's how I do it. In the winter, the fridge stocks up and the bar drops down. And in the summer, the bar stocks up and the fridge goes down. I think I have a whiteboard to write challenges on. Yeah. Well, we never officially decided to do it. I just don't remember who it was anymore. Was Volley? Is that a whiskey, a rum, a beer? Gin? If it's gin, I'm not looking it up. Oh, well, Volley is oval tables. All right, I'll look it up. Let me look how to spell it. Oh, that's soup. That's easy. Look at it. I wrote it on my whiteboard. Beth have a few bites of cake. That chocolate cake was really good, but very rich. Like it had a chocolate flavor in your mouth for a while. Also, I'm going to step outside that door for a minute. I'll be right back. I'll let you guys look at that. Pick out all the flaws. No chain production? Hell yeah. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Did we find any flaws? Water in the grass. Hey, Kevin, how you doing, buddy? All right, Double Dog. We'll see you later, buddy. Thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate it. Good luck on your woodworking journey, man. Don't be afraid to pop into the chat anytime. There we go. What's up, Gev? How you doing? Thanks for coming in. Appreciate you. How often do I live stream? Tuesdays and Thursday evenings around 6 p.m. Eastern. And then I try to do one weekend day. Today happens to be Sunday. Weekends are usually the long stream, unless I have other things I need to do. Next weekend starts archery season, so I may or may not do long streams. How long have I been doing YouTube? I don't know, just shy of a year now. Hell yeah, Deborah Dog. We'll see you later, buddy. Have a good night. Cheers. Yeah, I don't think we hit the 1 year yet, but Steph thinks we're close. I know we did. I know we did. We started in the winter because there was snow outside. Practicing with the bow. Maybe on my other channel, not on this one. Although I do have to get the target out. What's up, Frank? How you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming in. So the end of our streams around these parts, we usually just stand around and shoot the breeze. We worked on this, got this all sanded down, got it assembled, got the holes cut out, routed on both sides, etc. That's what we did today. October, November equals snow. Yeah. I can't remember. I'd have to look back at the very first short. How do you get water out of your air compressor? Open the valve. A stick hunter? Still not working? It's probably rusted shut. How much pressure? But run it down to like 10 psi and try to feed like a wire through the drain valve. Do not do it when you've got like 150 psi in there. Emailed me a pic of the whiskey. Awesome. Appreciate it. 40 Creek. That does sound familiar. If you feed a wire through that valve, if that valve is blocked with, like rust scale or something, if you feed a wire through there and you break that rust scale with like 100 psi in there, you're going to have a bad day. Squirting out water, but it's making water. Well, a compressor does get water in it. It's the humidity in the air. Master blender. Nice. I'm going to make a new YouTube channel. Never do anything with it, but great. Now I'm bummed out about my fucking YouTube videos again. Thanks, random. I messed around and I deleted my YouTube video hard drive. Which had all my saved videos that I was editing on. That's too much water. Get the water out of it. Listen, you got to be troll. Either you never open the drain valve on your compressor ever, and it's just full of water, or you're trolling. Because if you open that drain valve, like if I went over there and turned my compressor on, let it build up pressure, open that drain valve, I'm going to blow water out. Now, if you're sandblasting, if you got water coming out of your line, then that means you need a water separator. Yeah, that sounds good. I do like me some honey whiskeys. Yeah. If you just are hooked up to the air compressor and blowing water out, 5 gallons coming out of the line. You're fucking trolling. You gotta be trolling. Yeah, you gotta have a water separator on your outfeed line. Well, it's a 200 gallon. What do you? Is it full of water? Like you gotta have some good condensation in there, or some really high humidity to be just pumping water out like that. But you need a water separator on your outfeed line. Yep. Not to mention, not to mention, aside from the freezing and locking your stuff up, water doesn't compress. So if you've got, let's say for the sake of argument, you got a 200-gallon compressor that runs, you know, let's say it kicks on every 15 minutes or so to build up pressure again. And it's half full of water now. That means you've got a 100-gallon air compressor and that thing's kicking on constantly. Chris, I got a brand new little pancake compressor over there. First time I opened that drain valve, blew rusty water out of it. Yep. I know at my day job, I got a dehydrator filter combo right next to my toolbox. That's what my airline's plugged into. And our compressor has a dehydrator. Well, I'm sorry. I have an oiler, and a water separator on mine. Our air compressor has a dehydrator on it. A dehydrator is it's a thing that dries out the air before it's blown through the lines. Takes all the moisture out of it. So if you don't understand how you get water in your air compressor, water in your air compressor is humidity. Humidity in the air, because it's taking that air, shoving it into the air compressor, right? So it's pumping it up, it's getting it real hot, then it's sitting in the tank and it's cooling down, or sitting in the lines and cooling down. And the water is just dropping out of it. Oil for the impacts. Yep. Yeah, I don't ever use the oiler though. I use my own oil on my impacts and my other air tools. What's this channel about? We make things. And we drink things. And we touch wood. Touching the wood. Yeah, my oiler at my toolbox is empty. Barely works. Sounds like you need to get that taken care of, bud. But yeah, look at that. We did a thing. Made a thing and we touched it. I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it. Condensation. Yep. It's exactly what it is, Father Time. Hydraulic and pneumatic systems. Yep. Yeah, so there is no between my oiler. So my oiler is supposed to be an automatic oiler, right? So that it oils the tools as you're using them. I put my own oil in them. So I don't ever refill that oiler on there. Once in a while I will if I'm bored. But it's literally what my airline is hooked into. So there's nothing downstream of it. except for the hoses and my tool. How do you make a dehydrator? An air conditioner? A dehumidifier? Which seals in the pump. Oh no, our air compressor is oiled. Yeah, that's a whole. We've got we don't have a piston air compressor. We've got a what the hell is the name of it? It's not a piston. It's like a supercharger. Um, a screw compressor. Yeah, ours. So at each bay in my shop, we've got a water separator and we've got spool compressor. There you go. We've got a water separator and we've got an oil. So that we got water first, oil after, and then it's going out to your tools. I want a power hammer. Are you a blacksmith? Yeah, I just spray oil. I have I have an oil that I use. I've been using it for years and never had an issue. I've got tools. I've got old tools that are just fine. $5,000 snap on. Oh, so it's junk. It's a $200 DeWalt with spray painted red. Sorry, I couldn't resist. You can't even operate a welder. Hey, fuck you, Zyro. Oh, they had the Smith out? Nice. Professional race car driver. Cool. What circuit? What circuit and what number? I'm going by the name. I'm going to assume demolition, which is not race cars. Hey, I can operate a welder just fine. I've never used that welder before. NASCAR, what number? Waiting. Ranger Racing. All right, somebody's got to look that up. Fucking that F1 driver, he didn't know anything, or he pretended he didn't know English. He only knew like, I go fast, I win, yes. Number one, very fast. Yes, winner. That was awesome. I don't even know what the name of that movie was, but it was funny as shit. What's up, Ron? How you doing, buddy? And 30 minutes on the pool. Also do demolition derby. I'd like to do demo derby, to be honest. I mean, no, it wasn't Ricky Bobby. It was some murder mystery movie. It had who the hell did it have? It had Adam Sandler. and Jennifer Aniston in it. That's funny as fuck. Hey, Gemini, what's up, buddy? It's a quote from it. Oh, the F1 driver, he just pretended he didn't know any English other than like. So, all right. So the premise of the movie is Adam Sandler was a cop, and they went on vacation to France, and they got invited onto a yacht, and then some old guy died. He got murdered. No, I don't think it was murder mystery. Steph's looking it up right now. One got screwed, the other got hammered. What's up, Lucky Shots? How you doing? Jennifer. Was that the name of the movie? Jennifer? It was on Netflix, right? I feel like that's what we were watching with dinner. Or after dinner. Yeah, it was whatever it was called. It was a fun movie. I enjoyed it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was on Netflix. I don't know. Grass is convinced it's murder mystery, and if that's it, then there's a murder mystery too. So, no, it wasn't Gemini Man. Seeing another stud. All right, I'm gonna have one more drink, and then I'm gonna go in and find some dinner. Since Steph is currently eating my chocolate cake from the restaurant. Have a triple vodka. Now my vodka's in the house freezer. I don't have any vodka out here. Oh, you were saying hi to Gemini Man. Oh. Isn't that a movie also? High quality hardwood. Giggity. You know what? I am honestly surprised. Was it on Netflix? Or was it on Disney? It wasn't on Disney. It couldn't have been on Disney. Well, fuck. I don't know now, Steph. With Will Smith. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was an actual movie. But I am really surprised at the number of viewers we had in here while I was sanding. That is insane. The fuck are you doing without the strong stuff? I haven't restocked out here yet. All I've got out here is a bottle of brandy. My shop brandy. It was Murder Mystery. Nice. So there's a Murder Mystery 2, which means now we have to watch that. I do. I need to bring out some. I need to get a. Actually, I think I need to get a bottle of Maker's Mark. A bottle of Ballotine. And we're coming up on Winter Jack season, so I'll get some of that. Of Great. Now I got to watch Murder Mystery 2. Thanks for telling me that there was 2 of those movies, Grass. I appreciate that. Now I'm going to be watching TV some more. I'm going to go in there and watch it tonight. Wild turkey. Wild turkey's not bad. Some fortified wine for the cold temps. Is he Evan Williams in there? Yeah, I think the Evan Williams might be behind the bar. Get you some winter pear. I think I still have a couple bottles of that. Not without you? We can watch it this weekend. All right. Fine. You better make some good food. Accountant too. I've never seen Accountant. The camera's like leaning to the side and it bothers me. Like, see? Gap. Little gap. But if I turn it, then my phone looks like it's leaning this way and it bothers me even more. I made hot bread. I also ate like half of that loaf of bread before I started my live today. Yes, Steph, did you do the apple ones? What if I want 3 and 3? I want a little variety on my weekly my weekly muffins. Well, now how are the bread or the apple muffins up next if the bread and butter pickles are up next? Oh, fuck Southern Comfort. Man. That stuff is terrible. I drank a lot of it when I was younger. I can't do Southern Comfort anymore. Did that 1 week, now you got expectations. Yeah. It's your 90% home defense round? What? Different kitchen genre? We're about to show Steph what it was like in the 40s. Right, Father Time? That's what I told her. I was like, listen, if you're gonna make pickles, bread and butter. That's the way to go. Bread and butter pickles. Someone is spoiled. Hey. This doesn't weigh as much as your mixer. You're welcome. You'll be able to move this if you can get your arms wide enough to pick it up, as the handles are in the ends. Right? A tray full. Here's a tray. I'm going to need a tray full of muffins. All of the muffins. And bread. You can put the bread on top of the muffins. It's fine. But do not put the muffins on top of the bread. We don't smush bread around here. What's up, Plywood? How you doing, buddy? Cheers, man. Anchovies and pickles? No, never. Bro, I haven't had anchovies other than on a pizza. And that was a long time ago. I don't even know if anchovies are a pizza topping option anymore. Sardines, ugh. I mean, aren't anchovies and sardines really the same? You have a tray full of pickles? Hey, I get behind a tray full of pickles. What's great about the pickle jars is that's now a solid surface that you can also stack muffins and bread on. You're good. Your shop's not better than mine. Was that you earlier, Plywood? On one of your other accounts? I don't think I've seen anchovies as a pizza topping anywhere around here. Now I'm going to have to look around to see which pizza places have anchovies as a topping. If the cheese jail needs to be taller, Steph is going to need a ladder. She's already going to have to use a step stool to do anything on it. Also, we're going to put 4 dots on the bottom of this, on this side. We will put nothing on this side. Bring it over here and never bake again. Man. You won't even know. I'll have them load up banana peppers on there and cover the anchovies with cheese and pepper and banana peppers, and you won't know nothing. Yeah, little feet, little dots, feet. Make a board to fit inside the tray between the pickles and roll layers. You know what? Oh, that would have been a good fucking idea. Father Time, where were you when I was doing this, man? That would have been a clever idea to put. I could have dovetailed, like halfway through, could have dovetailed a board across, and then I could have put one like here over to the board and one here over to the board, and had a tray with slots. You didn't know there was seafood in those stuffed mushrooms until that lady told you there was seafood in the stuffed mushrooms. I'm still convinced it's literally stuffed with stovetop. All right. I don't think there's any seafood in it at all. Do you want to be rich? Fuck yeah, I want to be rich. They say money doesn't solve all your problems, but it would solve a fuckload of mine. I don't think anybody on here would deny wanting to be rich. Like if you come up to somebody, anybody in here and be like, hey, you want, I don't know, $1 billion? I bet you have 100% success rate giving away that money. Yeah. Yeah. I'm aware. Right? Infinite liquor. You want to be with the riches? No, I just want money. That's it. I just want to be rich. I don't care about other people. I don't care about other rich people. Let's be clear. Yeah. So took Steph to a restaurant last night for dinner, right? She'd been baking. She earned herself a little snack. And So I take her to this place, one of my favorite restaurants. It's like an hour and a half, 2 hours away. And it was like, all right, we're gonna order the stuffed mushrooms. You get 6 stuffed mushrooms, 3 of one kind, 3 of another. And she was like, okay, I'm down. So she ate 2 of them that are the best, right? The like spinach and artichoke heart stuffed ones. Those are the best. And left me with the stovetop stuffing stuffed ones. She ate all the good ones, left me with the terrible ones. I don't know any rich people. Right, random? I don't know any rich folks, but I'd love to be one of them. Do I have a talent? No talent. None at all. I can barely breathe. I mean, I'm sorry. I do know a couple of rich folks. Some of them are okay. Some of them are just fucking tool bags. You only shared one of the good ones because I took it. You didn't have a choice in sharing one of the good ones. This lady, she decides, like the beer king of the hill, know of some rich people. I know of some really rich people. They don't know of me. Listen, I took this lady to a nice restaurant, right? She ordered cheese fries. Cheese fries. And then her dinner comes and she didn't eat half of it. Nah, it's bullshit. 100% bullshit, Anil. If it was happening, you'd be doing it. You wouldn't be on here. Walnut framed piece of butcher block maple to fit on top. What the hell? What does tool bag mean? Oh. Why is my stuff loose? There we go. Taking. Whoa! Hi. That's what she's been wanting. Yeah, well, we could have got those at the fucking burger joint up the road. I'd have to drive for an hour and a half. Damn near hit 14 deer. Random. That's because that's all you kept talking about. You were like, oh, I really want a burger. Oh, I want some cheese fries. I passed up gravy fries for your cheese fries. Chili fries are superior. I don't know. Have you ever had gravy fries? Cheese and fries. That's why you like the other stuffed mushrooms. It had more cheese on top. That was it. The stovetop ones, the seafood ones. I don't think there was seafood. Poutine? What the fuck is poutine? What are we talking about? We got like 4 different conversations going on here. My brain doesn't work that fast. I tap out at like 3. Ew. Why would I put curdled cheese on my gravy fries? That's fucking terrible. Also, isn't cheese just curdled milk? How do you curdle cheese? I'm just kidding. I know it's a thing, but listen, I don't want anything between me and my fries with gravy on them. All right. No fucking cheese curds. No nothing. Just fries, gravy, fat, happy. Also, you know the white gravy you make with like sausage gravy, shit on a shingle, that kind of stuff? That is awesome on fries. Just saying. It's literally just what? Milk, flour, butter, pepper. Fucking amazing. It's the best gravy. Brown sauce. You fucking Canadians are weird. What's brown sauce? Poutine sauce. Of course it is. I'm going to look up what poutine sauce is, and I'm going to make some or buy some. I think I'm going to write it down here on my whiteboard. I'm either going to make it or buy it. Oh. Drop my marker. Shit on the shingle sounds like you failed high school band. Man. Salt. Yeah. Yeah. You got to have salt. Salt. Yes. The sauce you have with hamburger steak. What the fuck is a hamburger steak? Is that what you people call what the hell are those? Salisbury steaks? That's literally just beef gravy, isn't it? Hey, get in line if you want my soul. I'll take your 3 million. Chop chop. Yeah. It's just so far it's just food and booze and a random table company. And the other one just says welcome twice. Cheese curds squeak when you bite them. Jesus. Steph, you've never had shit on a shingle or sausage gravy? It's literally the same gravy. It's just different meat in it. I said, get in line if you want my soul, but I'll take your money. I'll take a wire transfer only. Random. Shit on a shingle? That was a military staple. Actually, yeah. A military staple from what? Oh, Christ. World War One? You'll make the biscuits. Right? Because I'm American. Because you're heating up spam. Listen, ain't nothing wrong with spam. Although spam's gotten a little big for his britches. All right. Y'all see the cost of spam nowadays? Fucking hell. Sausage gravy over homemade biscuits. Ain't much better than sausage gravy over homemade biscuits. 88 cents a can. Good Lord. Spam around here is like $8 a can. Jesus Christ. I'm moving to Canada. That's it. I love America, but Canada's got cheap spam. So I got no idea. I got no idea why it's so. It used to be stupid cheap. Now it's like $8 a can. That's ridiculous. Francois, what's up, buddy? How you been? Homemade. That's gonna be a thing now. I like it. Steph just hobbled up her stairs to grab her elephant, her stuffed elephant that's named Francois. Yeah, see, when all of our prices went up during COVID, they just stayed up. They never came down. Apparently, spam, excuse me, is apparently spam is very disease related for its pricing. Oh, I didn't even know you asked anything about your lasers. What's up, bud? Sorry, when I scroll back through chat, I only go so far, and then I'm like, oh, okay, I'm done. Imagine paying $6 Canadian for a dozen eggs. Yeah, that's true, Father Time. That's true. Listen, all of this time that people have been talking about really expensive eggs, I don't know where the fuck they're at, but I ain't never paid more than like $4 for a dozen eggs. Yes, it does matter for engraving. Like I use diode lasers for most of my engraving, but for metals you want I think fiber. I think fiber lasers are what you want. Unless you're using that spray. Your prices went back down. Fuck Canada, man. Do you know how happy I would be if prices in this country dropped? Like, I love this country and all, but fucking hell. I make more money now than I ever did at any time in my life. And I feel like I could buy more shit when I made $17 an hour versus when I make almost $40 an hour. Am I going to laser engrave something on this tray? I thought about it. I thought about putting something on this side, not on the other side because that's a food prep side. But I thought about putting something on this side because it's just going to have cheese on it. Maybe I'll put a big bow on it. Yeah. Yeah, I figured a bow would be a hit. What the fuck is a bavette? Yeah, it's great. You Canadians are weird. On top of the fillet. All right. Okay. Does it matter with laser engraving wood versus metal? I don't know what you're trying to get at. Like the material, so your speeds and your power levels are going to be different. Um, your actual laser is going to be different. They are snow Mexicans, right? Plywood, right? All I ever see is Canadians are having this fucking bad time and stuff, and now randoms all up in here saying it's fucking great in Canada. What's up, Wayne? How you doing, buddy? Can you engrave me with that thing? I could engrave your picture, yeah. What's up, Mainly? How you doing, buddy? 4.30 a gallon diesel in Oregon. Oof. That's nuts. Listen, I just paid $4.65 a gallon for 89 here in PA. And that's what I normally pay for regular, like 87. It's not. It's fucking great. Listen. Fuck you, random. I love you, buddy. But all right, I'm gonna step outside for a second. I'll be right back. I don't want your picture engraved on it. I mean, if I put that laser on top of you, I can engrave you. I mean, I'll burn you, but it'll do something. You know what I just realized? I'm pretty sure that I paid for a new laser. I think it was like a Kickstarter or something, so I'll probably never get it. All right, I'm gonna go pass out somewhere. All right, random. Have a good one, buddy. Appreciate you, man. No, I can't engrave metal with any of these things. You're my boy, random, but you got cheap spam, and that annoys me. You know what, random? I want you to go buy a couple of cans of spam and ship them to me. You'll make a profit, I promise. Under $4 for regular, and I don't fucking hell. It'll be under $4 if I went 20 miles over into Ohio. I bet I'd get it for like $3.50. I'd probably get high test for like $3.75. Is random mad at me now? I thought we were joking around, man. Now I feel bad. I'm going to have to send him an email. I got my mic on the wrong side. Would you just look at it? There's a mic. Oh my, oh my. I don't know what I'm going to have for dinner tonight. You know what? I'm kind of feeling buttered noodles and meatballs. Because meatballs are the best. But I don't have any dino nuggies. And no stores are open anymore. Pass out in the next bush he sees. I believe it. Bro's been drinking more than me. Fuck. I thought I was a professional. He been drinking liquor though. I just been drinking beer, which is basically water. Wait, wasn't he on a boat? He passes out in a bush. It's kind of weird. And your leftover pork chop and my cake. What about your cake? Why didn't you eat your cake? Huh? I didn't have any leftovers because I like to eat my dinner. Although that pork chop was pretty good. That's or the sauce on the pork chop anyway. No, the pork chop was good. That guy's a good chef. And his mom can make some desserts. You ate some of that too? Of course he did. What'd you do? Just pick at them? Fork full of each? That chocolate was rich. Cheesesteak sandwiches with onions, peppers, and mushrooms? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Also, there's Bex and Steph at number 1 and number 2. Surprised they didn't notice that. There's a booby in my looby. Okay. Cool. Would have been better with Steph's rolls. Yeah, them rolls there, they're not homemade at all. They can't be. They're store bought. They are not good. That is a lot of fucking letters for what's up, bro. I'm good. I'm good, Lucky. How are you? Also, I feel like you're Colby. Every time I see a weird name, I just assume it's Colby. Although, to be fair, those rolls would be amazing with some soup. Eat a pepper for $5 whole bucks. Bruh. No. I wanna. And you can't make me. I'm gonna have butter noodles and meatballs. And then I'm gonna be sad in the morning when I gotta wake up and go to work. Instead of just wake up and have coffee and chill with the dog. Southern Charm. What's up, buddy? How you doing? What are we talking about? A little bit of everything. Like a cheesy soup? I'm fucking sure a cheesy soup. Throw ye in deep pen with we the wolves. The fuck? Don't forget your muffin. Yeah. I got to come over first thing in the morning, grab my muffins. Right. Of course, it's cheesy soup. But Southern Charm, we also do woodworking. And then after we're done with that for the night, we hang out, chill for a bit, shoot the breeze, and have a couple drinks. And then we go our separate ways. All right, Lucky Shots. Have a good one, buddy. Don't drink too much. Never. What the fuck? What? What? Why? What? That's the most disturbing message I think I've ever read in my life. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that Southern Charm. Doing some whittling. Ain't nothing wrong with whittling. I'm taking. Fucking hell. That's Southern Charm. We build a little bit of everything here from um basic silly. Oh, I wish I had one out. Basic silly little things like spiral Christmas trees, uh, serving tray, stove covers, noodle boards, cutting boards, bassinets. We're gonna build a rocking chair. Build a little bit of everything here. A little bit of something for everyone. That was probably Colby. Motherfucker's name was Jared. Jesus. That's a creepy name if I ever heard one. That's weird as fuck, Colby. That's weird as fuck. Also, how much are you charging him? Like, I feel like you should charge for this shit. I mean, OnlyFans exists, so people like that should be used to charging, right? Or paying, right? You're a minor though. Don't do that. Build an arm wrestling table. Hell yeah. Yeah, you're a minor. Yeah, I forgot you were a minor. Just now. Don't weld together a steel frame. Yeah, I feel like you're gonna need a steel frame for it. I've seen some of them arm wrestling dudes. They put some stress on the fucking table. I'm not even sure if I'd have a wooden top for it. Motherfuckers will break a top. Getting yourself in trouble. I ain't getting myself in trouble. Just forgot that he wasn't of age for an OnlyFans account. The Whistling Whittler. Wasn't that a person's name? Or is it just Whittler? I feel like there's somebody in the group. Somebody in the community has a Whittler name. It was a minor too. Oh, I'm sure. Diesel Tech? Nice. I should be used to welding. Gotta weld them broken bolts and exhaust manifolds and flanges and shit. Two years, 1 month, 2 days, and you might. Fucking hell. Oh, you're gonna be out here in 2 years. You gotta be getting bank off of weird old men. Jesus Christ. All right. This conversation is taking a really weird turn. We probably should steer it back to less dangerous topics. Holy fuck. Now, every time I see Colby, that's all I'm going to think about. Fuck, I work on cars. Like, I got to weld almost every day. I mean, nothing fancy. Oh, Oh, you know what I can do? Look what I see in here. Look at that. And can we shrink that? How do we shrink that? Oh, we can't shrink it? That, I mean, it's blown up, I guess. But that is an old American LaFrance fire truck. Well, part of one anyway, because I can't shrink it. But so me and my stepfather, we uh we welded for those guys for a time. Well, he welded them for a lot longer than me. But yeah, now I don't know how to exit that. I so this is just what we're looking at now. I seriously I don't know how to get out of it. Fuck no, I don't want the exact date. Fuck off. God damn. Wait, what's that do? How do I exit this? 49 seconds short. Oh fuck. Oh. Hey, I figured it out. Figured it out. I'm really sad that I couldn't shrink the image down. That was at the restaurant. It was hanging right in front of the urinal in the men's room. this fire truck. This old ass fire truck. And I see it said American LaFrance on the bottom, and I was like, I bet my dad did not weld the ladders for that. I don't even think American LaFrance is in business anymore. I think they went bankrupt. I think. What other cool pictures do I have on here? Let's see. Probably don't want to see any of those. That'll probably get me kicked off of YouTube. Probably not allowed to share those. There we go. We'll share that. That is the protest badge for the new V8 the V8 5.7 Hemi pickup trucks. That's the protest badge. That's what they call it now. You said, well, oil-filled tanks they got it? Good Lord. No, I'm not going to need it anymore. Yeah, so they brought the Hemi back for the pickup trucks, and it's the protest package. So you got a bigger gas tank. You got the GT exhaust. GT? No. Yeah, GT exhaust. And you got the V8 and that badge. That's the protest badge. That's how you get the V8 and the new trucks and the 2026 Rams. Steph, you know what kind of stuff I'm not allowed to share on here? Because I share it on Instagram. Yeah, I actually like the way these, and the trucks are cheaper. Is that why your left wrist is killing you, Colby? I only know that because I do new car checks. Fucking hell. Oh boy, look at the time. Scat Pack wide body Challenger. I mean, they're nice looking cars. I hate driving the Challengers though. Absolutely hate them. There's so many blind spots. I can't see nothing. Now, to be fair, I drive a pickup truck just all the time. So, I mean, I guess if you're driving like a car or something and you're like used to sitting on the road, not seeing anything, I guess it's going to be whatever. But also, I think the Challengers are coming out with a Hemi option again. I think. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that, but I think I seen something about it. Scat Pack Shaker 2021. Ooh. 2021. That wasn't one of the last call ones, right? No, that was what? 24? 23? Right? Right, Southern Charm? You're like, you're sitting on the ground. You can't see shit because you're short. And then the Challenger just makes it worse because everywhere you look, you got a wide pillar. It's fucking annoying. But there are some really nice ones out there. Yeah, right? That's exactly it, Charm. That's exactly it. Like you roll up next to a pickup truck and you got to look up to see anything. Like look up to see a window. Like nah, that's not cool. We can't do that. 7 hours. Oh shit, Eco, you're right. Damn, that's been 7.5 hours. Fuck me. What am I doing with my life? Sitting on here. Don't look back. Yep, I mean that's fair. You can't have blind spots if you just don't look. Just look out the big ass windshield. You're fine. Dude, fuck Kia Souls and Renegades. The stupid toaster looking things. Man. Like I'm a decent sized guy, right? If I've got to lean forward to adjust the rear view mirror, I'm annoyed. That's a Soul, a Renegade, all them toaster looking fucking things. But bucket list car, a Kia Soul, it's 5'9", 240. Fuck, not what is that? Your size? 5'11" and 3/4, bitch. 5'9". Fuck off. 6'1", 220. Yeah, sure. You're like 12. You don't even get to have an OnlyFans for like 8 more years. All those fucking perverted old bastards. No, we have to squat it. Oh Lord, the pulled pork. Fucking hell. bro's, bro's got a bro's got a countdown on his computer for when he can open his OnlyFans. Jesus Christ. You're gonna get me demonetized. That's it, Colby. You're gonna get me kicked off of YouTube. That's Jared. Jared. Jared must have seen something that made him happy. He's over there just excited. Fucking weird people. Weird people everywhere. It's waiting. It's okay, 320. So this is roomy. Good lord. We have 10% discount. Good lord. Fucker now. I'm gonna have to put a sanding pad on the oscillator to get into all these edges. It'll be a treat. Only dance. 20. Jesus Christ. $20 is $20, I guess. So I've got for my 1500, I've got a 6.4 and I've got a Whipple for it. I need to get a stage 1 trans and I need to get a PCM, and then I can put all of that in my truck and I can have a good time. Got some yard bucks. Or yard work. Fucking, he's up here talking about $2. Jesus. Hey, Mohammed. How you doing? You guys are going to have to be careful now. We got... Oh, fuck. I can't say it. It's going to be terrible. Get kicked off of YouTube. I'll have to start a new channel called Only Dan's. Only Dan's Wood. It'd be a terrible time. Although that's a pretty banging name for a business. Only Dan's Wood. I mean... Small area, I can't stand it. Fucking hell. Kobe out here offering discounts for his OnlyFans in 2 years. Oh, goodness. It's a good thing I didn't turn monetization on this. YouTube would kick me out. They'd be like, you know what? You're fucking weird. We don't want you here anymore. We've got enough of you weirdos. But, all right, guys. It's been 7.5 hours. It's 20 till 11. I got to go eat some food. Cry myself to sleep because I have to go to work tomorrow. Oh, I still have to pull cylinder heads. Fuck. Oh. Don't pass out too bad. You're in the worldview? Yeah. What's up, Southern? Hit me with it. I've always wanted some words of knowledge. Oh, I dropped my clamp. I don't know where I got this clamp from, but I've been playing with it this whole time. Jeez, it's just a loaf of milk. Fucking hell. No, Colby. No. that was a good one, Southern. That was a good one. No, Colby. I'm the guy they come to for help. And so then they stand around and watch me work on a car. All right, guys. Have a great night. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me tonight and watching me sand this. Um, we'll see y'all again on Tuesday, if not before, in other streams. Got a timer set for 2 years. Jesus Christ. All right, guys. Catch you later.